Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature as we are sitting here at Okakuyo Pan in Natasha in Namibia. It's definitely looking like a beautiful day today. A whole lot of zebras and wildebeest coming down to drink. And it seems like it's going to be a fantastic warm day around this side. But yes, I'm hoping everybody had a fantastic sunrise safari. Definitely a lot of action. Fantastic getting the Talamati breakaways and the S8 mail. And I'm sure those young little ones, those little cubs are keeping you quite entertained. As well as in Madikwe with Lauren, she had those amazing elephants just having a typical pool party so early in the morning. You can definitely see it is going to be quite warm around the area. But yeah, good morning everybody. My name is Cedric Dold and I'm going to be your naturalist on on the dam cams for the morning. I'm at Kukuyo Pan. Of course, I've got Djuma Dam. Apparently Molawati had a brief presence not too long ago, about 30 minutes ago. And I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes peeled on the Djuma Dam. But yes, also joining us this morning on Escape to Nature, it's going to be Liam in Kariga and, of course, Andrew in Amakala. So if you've got any questions or comments or any suggestions, please send them through to us. We are definitely going to be waiting for them. And I'm hoping that we can keep you entertained, and I'm hoping that we can answer all those amazing questions that you do feed through to us. And it is a beautiful day. I'm hoping everybody had a festive Christmas yesterday, and hoping everybody has stayed safe and all good and fresh for this amazing escape to nature for the day. But yes, while we're looking around here at Okakuyo Pan, let's see what the weather is like all over today. Yeah, definitely, as you can see, the weather today at Okukuyo is 37 degrees Celsius. That is going to be definitely quite a warm one. And that's always going to be a good thing, because you'll find on a hot day like this, it's definitely this pan is going to be very, very active. But yes, once again, early morning, you always find the zebras and the wildebeest coming down for the start of the day, making sure that they get enough water intake for the morning and before they head out to go and graze in further inlands. And as well, there's so many, as you can see, a lot of swallows around. I think the insect activity must be quite abundant around here this morning, because a lot of swallow activity, and as well as little red-billed aquilias that's been flying past the camera over the last few minutes. But yes, I think, first of all, well done on Ben on his bingo. Yeah, not too bad, well played. I think you can take the crown for now. That is for now. So, it is not a permanent crown, so I shall be back for that bingo crown very shortly. Yes. Let's see. Let's wait and see. But I just love the noises, especially sitting at Okukuyo and actually listening to a lot of all the bird choruses for the morning. And I'm hoping that we are going to get some larger species coming down here, like our elephants or our black rhino. It'll be fantastic. Amy, definitely it is always nice just to escape into nature. I think it's nice just to listen to the noises, enjoy the sceneries, and it's always nice just to sit back and have these moments. And I'm hoping that we can keep you entertained for the day. Well, it is my last day on Escape to Nature, so I'm hoping that I'm going to have some success. Maybe some success with old Molawati that, as I said, had a brief visit there at the Djuma Dam. I'm holding thumbs, and look who we have got coming down to have a drink at Okakuyo. See, even the rhinos decided to say, there you go, Cedric. I think we also have to say goodbye. But hey, it's not a black rhino. This is a white rhino. Absolutely nice. This is the first time I've seen a white rhino coming down to Okaukuejo Pan for myself. That is talking on my personal experience. This side on Damcam. As you can see with the white rhino, typical, much larger. You see that long head, that elongated head compared to a black rhino. That head will be most of the time lofted and raised. You'll see with the white rhino, nose very close and the mouth very close to the ground when it's busy walking. As well, that typical square lip, very kind of squared mouth area compared to the black rhino, of course, more the hook lip. So you can just see head low. I don't know which way he wants to do it. I thought he was going to take. Okay, yeah, it looks like he wants to come down this side. It looks like a male to me. I'm not going to jump to anything now, but it looks like just by the size. It seems like it is a male white rhino that is coming through here now. Very nice to see this. Great way to start our escape to nature. Boom shakalaka, one time. I love it. And it's nice. Sometimes just sitting like this, you can also you get surprised by certain things. Sometimes, some hours into you'll actually have nothing coming through, but it looks like today is a little bit busier than yesterday. Sam, yes, you'll find not just I'm not saying in general, but like you'll find your male is a lot of times by themselves. So that's why I'm thinking this could be a male. They are territorial, so the males will venture by themselves. They'll have a territory for themselves. So most of the time you'll see males hanging alone, marking their territory, patrolling their territory, and of course, that's the main thing. But when it comes to females, you'll find females will be in the crashes, in the herds. So you'll always find like the female will have maybe a previous calf and a recent calf. So sometimes you'll find like 3 or 4 rhinos in a crash around these areas. So usually a lot of the calves will remain with the mom for several years. But other than that, the males will tend to move around by themselves. There's, of course, creating those middens, those territorial markings, those middens, scraping the hind legs, and moving around. The sizes of territories, of the rhinos, I'm not too sure, and of course the numbers of rhinos is also I'm not too sure, because I know, well, it's the first time I've seen a white rhino here, so it's quite a nice surprise to me as well. But in the Greater Kruger Park, if you look at those areas in the Sabi Sands, white rhinos' territories can be quite large, quite big. We used to have a rhino called Skewhorn. Apparently he's still around. And I spoke to Tristan because I saw Skewhorn many years ago, and he's still hanging around in northern Sabi Sands, but he's got quite a large territory. And I think that their territory could easily stretch up to about maybe 10 to 15 square kilometer. But I'm not too sure about the white rhinos in Okaukuejo. But I'm sure the same. It also depends on the numbers. That also depends on the pressure they get from other males, and of course the availability of water, wallows, grazing grounds. So there's a lot of scenarios that have to play out to kind of determine the sizes of their territories. Beautiful. Yeah, that definitely looks like a male to me. Just a big male like this will easily get to about 2.2 tons. So 2,200 kilograms. A female will be less. A female is usually about maybe 200-300 kgs less than a male. Having his nice early morning drink. And you can see typical that square lip. You can see how nice and square, very muscular lips. So what happens is, of course, when they do graze, they use those muscular lips to actually cut the grass or pull the grass off from the roots, and then of course they'll feed just on grass. So they are strictly grazers. If you look at the black rhino that we always see at Okaukuejo, a typical hook lip, and built as well, very muscular lip, and also just built just to kind of browse, breaking off all the little leaves from the tree itself. So it's very much adapted for its diet. And always people think, why white rhino? Well, the coloration definitely not white, and black rhino definitely not black. And the Afrikaans back in the days used to call it, or the Dutch used to call it wit lip rhinoster, and wide lip rhino. So wit, and of course, just to translate that into English, wit almost sounds like white, like wit, but they thought it was white, so they call it a white rhino. And then, of course, contrary to that, instead of white rhino, they call it a black rhino, of course, the other one. So yeah. It is absolutely nice, thick horn. Now you can see the secondary horn not as prominent as a black rhino. So the black rhino's secondary horn, that's the horn that's situated just behind the main horn, is much longer. Where the white rhino can get long, but not as long. Sometimes you'll find the black rhino's secondary horn becomes longer than the primary horn, and it actually looks quite impressive. But the nice side of the white rhino is just by the size and that long head. Big fluted ears, listening out. You can see those ears working all the time. It's listening back, sideways, forward. It's pretty much everywhere. It's listening out. And they rely a lot on their hearing as well as their sense of smell. Because eyesight is good, but not great at all. Look at those little eyes on the side of the head. They really can only, it's like the black rhino, can only work out about 30-40 meters exactly what the object is, really to make them more comfortable. But after that, after 30-40 meters, it starts becoming more of a blur to them, more of a kind of a way of using other sense of hearing. And that's why those ears are so big, real fluted ears. Back and forth, back and forth.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holiday.
Yeah, you can see this white rhino. He doesn't know. He's listening out. He's picking up on something, and he's not too happy with. But you'll find really quickly, or very quickly, if rhinos are really agitated, they can turn on a dime. They can turn from one side to the other side very, very quickly. I've had it many times before, agitated rhinos, and sometimes it actually can become quite a thing, as well as when they do a little bit of a snorting and huffing and puffing, and of course, as I said, that tail could turn out to be like a corkscrew. Sorry, Seethling, my earpiece just fell out. I don't know, it just wasn't sticking in there properly. Zoe, I don't think it's more muscular, it's larger. Black rhino is just as muscular. I mean, if you look at a black rhino, it's built really like a tank, and it's just because it's smaller. So there's not because it's like smaller, there's less muscles. Pretty much the same. But it's just the white rhino. To me, it's also the neck area is a little bit larger, as well as the shoulder area, because it's got a bigger head to carry. So you have to have those large muscles to really support that big head, as well as that real thick horn. If you look at a black rhino's horn, it hasn't got that thick base and the thickness of a white rhino's horn. Much longer. The black rhino's horn is longer, but it's just not as thick. I think it'll be interesting to see, after 4 years, the horn growth and the weight and all that of the horn. But for the white rhino and black rhino itself, when it comes to body ratio, I think they're pretty much both very muscular. You don't want to mess with them. It's the last thing. It is quite a large animal. It'll be very interesting. I would have actually loved to see if a black rhino had to come down here to the watering hole. Just what the interaction would have been like with a white rhino and black rhino, because I've hardly ever seen black rhino. I've seen black rhino, but it's never, how can I say, it's always been by itself. So it would be nice just to see if a black rhino did come down here now, while this white rhino is present, just to see actually what will happen and see what the interaction would be between the two. But yeah, while we're going to be sitting with this amazing white rhino here at Okakuyo Pan, here at Etosha in Namibia, let's head over to the Eastern Cape, to Kariega, as Liam wants to say. Good morning to everybody.
And a very good morning to you all, folks, and welcome to Kariega. My name's Liam, and I'm coming to you live with this wonderful sacred ibis, who's not showing very well at this point in time, but nonetheless, a very happy Boxing Day, as we would say, at least in South Africa. I'm not too sure if Boxing Day is celebrated in other parts of the world, but a very good morning to you all from South Africa. It's a nice bit of a breeze coming in from the east this morning, as the weather forecast said. A bit of cloud as well. The sun tried to come through yesterday evening that it was unsuccessful in, and so the clouds persist today. How's everybody doing out there in the world? I'd love to hear from you this fine morning, afternoon, wherever, what time it may be, wherever you're coming to us from. I'd love to hear. So I've been following this this sacred ibis, slowly moving its way through the grassland here, poking and prodding and doing some gardening for the grassy plains this morning, aerating some soil, getting his bill nice and dirty. Fine gardeners, these sacred ibises. Fine gardeners indeed. Hello there, handsome. Such an underrated bird. in other parts of the world, and they well, actually here as well, but in many parts of the world, should I say, they often associated with these garbage piles or waste sites, and so they've been tainted with such a negative connotation, these wonderful birds, and in some places have even been given the nickname the bin chicken. It's quite a wretched nickname for such an elegant ibis. So, Quinn asks, do you only find any white sacred ibises? Well, a sacred ibis is a black and white bird. So, there's only one colour form of a sacred ibis that I understand. And there are different ibis species that are different coloured. I mean, Hardy-Dar, of course, is this kind of dark brown with a bit of beautiful iridescent green on the side. And then what else? We've got there's a very colourful ibis that exists in South America. That's I think it's called the scarlet ibis, and that is a pretty pink, scarlety red pink colour. So it's an entirely different species of ibis. So you might have them in enclosures in some places in South Africa or Southern Africa, but this is probably about the most starkly marked or coloured ibis we have. A sacred ibis. Certainly the longest bill of the lot. It's got quite the scimitar on him, and showing us just how well deep he will go down to look for little worms and insects and so on. There's his other friend, the Hardy-Dar, in the background. A bird that many of us in Africa are very much familiar with. The alarm clock to many a suburb in Southern Africa. Interesting how the sacred ibis is hardly got much of a sound to it. It's a relatively quiet bird by comparison to its counterpart, the Hardy-Dar ibis, who has earned the ever so elegant collective noun, the harassment of Hardy-Dar. I wonder what a grouping of sacred ibis would be. I'd love to hear your attempts at giving a sacred ibis a collective noun. It's named so because of the, as I understand, because of the okay. It's named so apparently because of the Egyptian mythology characters that have been connotated with the ibis. It's in fact it was one of the Egyptian gods who had a connotation to this sacred ibis. I assume the English name would have been associated to that. I'm trying to remember, is something with a T the name of the god? For those who are interested in a bit of mythology. Hey, sneaky, trying to, I'll do a bit of kleptoparasiting there. Hadidars are heeding their warning against this slightly larger relative. Other creatures are also out and about here on the plains today. Some resting blesbok and a zebra, although it is not alone. It seems as though its herd is not far behind. We had some very interesting interactions here the other day. The zebras showing each other off with a bit of biting and kicking. I wasn't quite sure who was who in the zoo, but there was a certain amount of show of teeth and hoof shed. Hey. Now you can imagine the amount of labor going into this, this beautiful aerating of the soil. Just think about all the energy being expended to loosen up the soil and aerate it. It's something that we would normally do for hours on end, trying to aerate soil. If there's any people with some green fingers out there, all done completely for mahala with these ibises. One wonders about the number of little incremental actions that a creature makes in a habitat. So Podabash has a harassment of hadidars that wake him up early in the morning every day. I tell you what, pal, I know the feeling. It's as a student who valued a good old Saturday sleep-in, I couldn't tell you how rude it was to be woken up at 4:30 in the morning by an harassment of hadidars. I tell you the number of times I got up out of bed to just make sure they didn't land on that small patch of grass outside my window. Oh, if we could count them, I would have made a pretty penny. They certainly do make for a rude awakening. But as I was starting to allude to, great gardening services. Yeah, think about the number of hours and hours, if you'd have to, get a stake in the ground and loosen the soil, and because you want a nice healthy green lawn, you got to aerate your soil a bit, and add a little bit of fertilizer from time to time. It's all done in the action of the bill of these hardy dars and ibises and other hardy ibises and other creatures. Small amounts of work over a long period of time, and they all add up. It's quite amusing. A lot of pet owners So Lily, yes, that was a little Blesbok calf resting alongside its mother. I'll take you over there just so you can have another look. There you are. Mama's getting a bit of rest in this morning, as is the youngster. Not yet at the ruminating phase of its life, so you can see if you look carefully, you can see the mother chewing on a bit of cud, so she probably would have been out earlier this morning and last night doing a bit of grazing, and now chewing the cud. And it's something that will probably only happen much later for this little one. It still has to build up the gut community in its belly, and that takes a bit of time to be established, and only once it's established then can it effectively consume. It's quite fibrous and quite difficult to digest food that is grass. Of course, it is quite challenging for herbivores to extract energy from herbs, from green vegetation, and that's why they have quite a thorough digestive system to be able to extract that energy that they need. You find with so many creatures that consume greens that are quite dependent on herbaceous foods, you find many of them have got quite complex microbial fermenting guts that ferment the food and process it quite thoroughly before extracting any energy. A classic example in the bird world would be the mouse bird. They are an endemic or a native family of birds that are only found in Africa, and as their name suggests, they've got this little stout body and a long tail like a mouse, and can be seen to be behaving like a mouse in and about a tree or a bush, and a large part of their diet is leaves. And so early on a sunny morning, one can often find a little mouse bird clinging to a little branch with its belly faced into the sun, just trying to heat up its microbial chamber to get it working on digesting food. So again today, like it has been the last few days, good number of yellow-billed kites about, and I'll be sure to get around to one when I can see one within range. Very busy on the plains the last few days. They've increased in number, and I can't seem to figure out what exactly it is that they're attracted to. I don't know if it's a particular emergence of insects, but there really are quite a few of them around. And many of them coming down to the ground. One is usually quite familiar with such kites. On the wing, let us see if we can maybe follow a bit of kites. Leave these blesbok to rest. There's quite a few of them over on the left hand side. So said there, asked when will the blesbok have its first calf. So my guess is probably in the region of about 2 to 3 years. Most female antelope in that size range, about 2 or 3 years usually. Whereas the male, it typically takes a lot longer to get to the appropriate size, and then also social disposition to be able to fight for the right to mate. So just turning my attention here to these yellow-billed kites, who are really quite busy, up and down, coming to ground, and I really do wonder if they're not following some sort of insect emergence. Very, very busy. So these yellow-billed kites are such a lovely creature to we get, visiting southern Africa in the southern summer, in the austral summer. So it is a species that one associates with a certain time of year, that being now. Good old harassment of Adidas. And they spend the southern summers here, and they really do, they found the country. There's almost nowhere you can't find a yellow-billed kite, but particularly along the east coast of South Africa. They like these littoral regions. They'll feed on various insects in the air, or pick up little leftovers of carcasses, such, on the ground. Incredibly acrobatic birds. A deeply forked tail enables them to pull off some rather fancy aerial acrobatics. They move so elegantly, effortlessly through the air, especially with this bit of breeze. You can see how they just kind of just lift their wings up. Well, whilst I keep on enjoying these lovely yellow kites in the wind, let's go and see what Cedric's got for us on the birding front at Okokoyo.
All right. Yes. Thank you so much, Leon. Back here, of course, we are at Djuma Dam. Not Djuma Dam, at Okokoyo in Namibia. And yes, that white rhino has disappeared. Looks like he has moved away. So now at the moment, there's a lot of birds that's coming down for as well for the early morning drink. Once again, I did get to see those Namakwa sandgrasses that's just kind of plonked themselves on the side of the pan. And oh, that was my stomach growling. And I just want to double check if I can see. I've got a single springbok that's also just coming for his little early morning coffee at the pan. I'm going to see if I can find that little Namakwa. Some just flew in now, but they're so quick. They're in and out all the time. And really to kind of get them on screen, it becomes quite a tedious task. But let's see. I might be lucky. There's something coming in there. Are they there? No, there. So it looks like they're more on that one right hand side. I shall pan to that side. And there's a single zebra that's just onto the top right corner. Right, let's zoom in. Zoom. And it's not zooming. Try again. This is called a steady, not a steady, it was a steady zoom, but now it's decided to have a mind of its own. Alright. Let's go down. I just want to try and see if I can get at that sandgrasses, but by the time I even can get into that, get the camera into that position, those sandgrasses are already flown to another pan. Well, definitely, I was very happy with that white rhino. Great way to start Escape to Nature this morning. As I say, it is my last day on these damn cams, and yes, and then I shall be going on my little bit of a vacation down to the Western Cape. Apparently, where it is seeming like it's raining a little bit, well, not raining, but it's the typical Western Cape has many weathers many seasons in a day. Alright, so we've got two, looks like a laughing dove, and we've got a blacksmith lapwing, that youngster that we saw yesterday as well. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to keep it there. So, let's see what comes down to this little section.
It's the smell then. It's really not nice. I'm too scared to put it. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Okay, you have to touch it with your tongue. It's not actually that heavy. Ah! Join me. I can't say join.
Okay, shall I come pull you out now?
I'm going home now.
Okay, well, it doesn't look like anything else was coming down. So I've got a Namakwa, Namakwa dove. There's another Namakwa dove just landed there at the poop, just next to the elephant poop. There it is. You can see the long, thin tail, not as robust as the Cape turtle dove and the laughing dove. But it looks like going down there for a drink. And as I said, I'm just going to focus on this little section, and you see the springbok is just busy chasing the Namakwa dove around there. But yeah, while we're going to be watching this, let's go down to the Eastern Cape at Amakhala, as Andrew wants to say good morning, and he has got a surprise for everybody.
And another day out here in Amakhala Game Reserve. Hope you're all excited, and we have started off on a good foot. And by the way, thanks for that, BK. By the way, this is quite a sensitive sighting, so just be careful here, folks. These 3 male cheetahs have made a kill here. We never witnessed the kill, but they have caught a young impala. And thanks for the heads up there, BK. So, morning. How are you all doing today? My name is Andrew, and I do have Mr. BK behind the camera. And how's this? Hey, we start off like this. This is incredible. Obviously not very nice for the impala. It's good for the cheetah. These are newly introduced cheetah to Amakhala, so definitely still trying to settle in. They're still learning the reserve and exploring. And to know that they have been released for under a week, and they've already caught quite a few. Sea of cheetah, they are, and I do apologize for the late heads up. Alright, so we're going to send you to Cedric in Kuyo.
Yes, welcome back at Okakuyu. I think Andrew is just going to try and reposition himself there with those beautiful cheetah. What a wonderful way to start there down at Amakhala. But yes, we are just going to stick around with me for a little bit longer this side and see what else we can find coming down towards Okakuyu. I have been once again doing as always. I'm trying to do as much birding as possible. So far, I have got almost quite a few. We're not even far into the Escape to Nature show, and already put down about 5 species. We've got the Namakwa dove, Namakwa sandgrouse, we've got the black neck grebe, got of course the blacksmith plover, and the Egyptian goose. That lonely Egyptian goose, always had Amakhala at Okakuyu. I've got Amakhala on my brain now. Well, as you know that we have lost one of our most beautiful leopardesses in the Northern Sabi Sands, a female leopard that I got to know very well back in the days when I used to work up in that area, our Inkanyeni. And of course, Wild Earth, we are pretty much going to celebrate her life, and we're going to have a fireside chat in memory of her. So if you've got any special memories or charming moments with that beautiful leopardess, please send us an email to inkanyeni@wildearth.tv. That is inkanyeni@wildearth.tv, and we will be hosting this special fireside chat at 8 p.m. Central African Time on the 7th of January to commemorate her life. That is that beautiful leopardess. I absolutely the daughter got to know quite well, got to see her quite often, and I had some absolutely special moments with her. Especially that I worked just south of Torchwood, and at a place called Coral, that's where part of her southern territory used to be. And she always used to come quite often around to the pan in front of the lodge, and also used to use that Rupapi riverbed quite often as well. Yes, and that's going to be, of course, the 7th of Jan, 8 p.m. Central African time. But yes, there's our Egyptian goose. Let's go and take a look at our Egyptian goose. It's funny enough, it's just always by itself. I don't think it's got a partner. I think this is pretty much one that's decided to divert from the usual ways of them being in pairs. And this one has just decided to just be by itself. So, and as you saw, a bird that's just excuse me, a bird that's just flying in there now. Once again, the Makwa dove, just at the side of the pan. Let's see if I can go in a little bit closer, and let's go up. Yep. This way. Oh, it's there. You can see it on the rock. There it goes. So Namakwa dove, Namakwa sandgrouse, black-necked grebe, Egyptian goose, black-necked lapwing, and I don't know which dove I did see earlier as well. I'm not talking about the Namakwa dove, but there was another one that I saw there. So I'm sure we're going to get the Cape crows as well coming in not too long from now. I thought I might have added the helmeted guinea fowls in the background, but I can't find them now. I'm trying to look for any of the movements for those guinea fowl, but it's a little bit on a tough side. A little bit of cloud cover that's coming in now, but it's usually, I mean, they said it's going to be about 37 degrees Celsius around here at Okokwiyo today, and clearly this cloud cover is just helping it a little bit just to keep cool for the morning. For now, that is. Linda, what do you call a flightless bird? Brenda, what do you call a flightless bird? I think you call it a walk. I'm just joking. A flightless bird, well, only flightless birds I know is ostrich. Ostrich doesn't fly, and of course penguins. So that is your flightless birds. I don't think you get any other birds in this area in the southern African side that can't fly. So yeah, Brenda, and it's nice to see ostriches. Well, I haven't seen an ostrich on Okokwiyo. I don't know if there is any ostriches, and that's it should be, because I was in Namibia and I saw plenty of ostriches. So I'm sure there's ostriches in this reserve. Hardly ever seen an ostrich in Djuma. I know that when Ben and myself, that was about several months ago, and I think it was Karen that told us there was an ostrich, or two ostriches, I think two male ostriches that came through Djuma, and they came towards Gowrie Dam, and then they went straight down the road. And we tried to follow up on them because it would have been the first for me in Djuma. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in locating those ostriches. It looks like they definitely gave us the typical Tundi slip. Like those ostriches were well trained by that leopardess. Alright, well, we are going to just continue just looking at the pan. Let's head over back into Eastern Cape with Amakhala with Andrew as he's repositioned for those beautiful cheetahs.
Great stuff this, isn't it, eh? So, yeah, we do apologize. Earlier on, we had to sort of link away quite quickly. The area that we're in here is very tricky with what we call throughput. That's basically the signal. But we have managed to reposition, and our technical support says it looks good. So we are going to view them right where we are here. So I mentioned a little bit earlier on, of course, never nice for the impala, but for the cheetah, this is great stuff for them. They're doing so well. And Amakhala is really excited to have them on the reserve. We are actually very, very blessed to have them. It's a coalition of 3 brothers. And they are coming from Limpopo somewhere. I'm not sure the exact game reserve, but an area in Limpopo. And they're about 20 months old now, so they're still quite young. And sadly, their mom passed away due to being attacked by a lion in Limpopo, and she passed away, leaving these young ones sort of orphaned. And they still have roughly, some 3, 4, 5 more months that they would have stayed with the mom, but now they're forced to be alone. So all they have is each other, and they are an Amakhala game reserve, and we hope for the best for them. They have an excellent chance of surviving, in case you're wondering. Now their chances of surviving is very, very good, because they are originally from a game reserve where there are lions, and they know exactly what lions mean. So that is the sort of the key to having cheetah successfully introduced into a new area and surviving, is that they are wild, they are familiar with competition and predators, and then also being 3 of them, it means that they're going to be 3 times stronger than being all by themselves. I'm just going to let you enjoy this sighting. And morning, Darcy Miller. They're very, very gorgeous. We are so blessed to have them out here. This is my 2nd time seeing them, 2nd time broadcasting them to you all. I'm still getting to know them, but I can see that they are going to put a lot of smiles on our faces on this game reserve. And I know for the respective guides out here, it helps a lot for them to have cheetah on the main reserve again, because we have had cheetah on Amakhala in the main reserve before, and they did very well. There's one specific male cheetah that operated out here for, I think it was around about 5 or 6 years, and he passed on. Now I'm just going to tone down a little bit, and I'm going to let you enjoy this magical, beautiful sighting. Oh, look at this, BK. Oh, incredible. They're about to walk right past us here. See if you can get the vehicle. Look at that. There's the front of my vehicle. That's you? That's my head. Look at this. How cool is this? I'm just going to move my head a bit so you can see the cheetah. How cool is this? Interesting. That's beautiful. Thank you. Now, they killed that young impala about 45 minutes ago, and they have already finished the kill. And it seems like they want to move off from the kill site now. Isn't that just amazing how quickly they feed? No, it's been some time since I've been so close to cheetah. And the whole thing was the cheetah approached us, as you saw. So they feel totally comfortable with that, no problem. We didn't drive to them. That's the difference. Are you gonna lie down there? How cool is it? Yeah, perfect place to lie down. We can still view. Wonderful. Just lying in the shade? Incredible, really incredible. Look how clean those teeth are. Very, very nice white teeth, almost like pearl white. Look at that. They're still going to grow a little bit more, those teeth, those canines. And those are brand new teeth. As these cheetahs do get a bit older, they tend to go a bit yellow and then eventually orange in old age. I believe yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday? I can't remember. But anyway, a jackal was trying to investigate them and was sort of trying to harass them. And these cheetahs said, no, 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 not on our watches. We're not going to be treated like that. And so they chased the jackal and actually tried to catch it. And the jackal realized what was happening and decided, no, 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 it's got to run. Ran for the hills and wasn't seen again. The cheetahs are definitely making a statement for themselves. It being three of them, they are not going to tolerate being harassed by the smaller competitors like jackal. I would have loved to have met their mother. I think she would have been and was a fine specimen of a cheetah. To give birth to such healthy cheetah like these that are doing so well, and also very calm in nature around the vehicles, which is always a special thing. Lenny, morning. Good to hear from you. It's been a couple of days. Hope you had a good Christmas. So Lenny, I should actually bring out the map so I could show you exactly where Mpumalanga is situated. So should we do that, or should we just keep it on frame here? Yeah, let's keep this on frame, and then I'll just try and explain to you. So try to form a picture in your head. So Amakhala is divided into three parts, right? And the main reserve being the biggest part, which is your good few thousands of hectares. It's just under 9,000. Now Carnarvondale is another area. It's another section. And originally, horseback safaris were done there. We used to offer non-big 5 walks out there for guests. And then to keep cheetah safe from the lions, not being attacked by lions, cheetah was introduced into the Carnarvondale section, and because they are endangered species after all. So to answer your question, Lenny, no, not too close, but Carnarvondale is neighboring us, but not in the same area as Mpumalanga. And I can see sort of why you're asking that, for the potential for breeding in the future. So I'm not sure what the reserve's plan is, but there will be a plan for that, because cheetahs need to breed. It's the only way that you can expand the population of cheetahs and try and maintain the genetic integrity that is left, because they've been critically endangered for a long time. I think it's around 60 years they've been critically endangered. Not many left in Africa as there used to be. But at some point, Lenny, we'll pull out a map and we'll go through. Yeah, should we? Okay, let's do it now. Okay, so I'm going to need some sort of a pointing device. I've got it. Okay, so there we go. Lenny, you with us there. So now this is the entire main reserve that you're seeing here. See here, this is all the borders. Then Carnarvondale is up in here. All right, and there's another section. This is called the Northern Territory. Okay, and so yeah, Mpumelela's out here with her yearlings. Right now we are, so there's Impala Road, there's Telegraph Road. We are over here. You see there, and they have all of this land to work with at the moment. Pretty cool, eh? It's quite a big reserve. Look at all the spaghetti roads of roads, all the junctions. You definitely need to know the roads when you are out here, because every little nook and cranny does have a name out here. Once upon a time in my life, I met a gentleman by the name. Okay. Darcy, good question again. I'll have to speak to conservation about that. I have no idea ultimately what their plans are, but there will be some sort of a plan like that, or close to, because the cheetahs are associated with the Endangered Species Trust. And their whole idea is to re-establish the numbers and get the numbers growing. But I'll try and find out. I know Natalie is on her holiday, much needed holiday at the moment. She works very hard out here in Amakhala. I'll have a chat to her, and at some point we'll address it. What a beautiful cheetah. I was just about to mention earlier, once upon a time in my life, I met a gentleman by the name of Amos, and Amos is very enthusiastic about nature, and we were having a chat one day, and he figured out that I was with Wild Earth, and he does watch from time to time. So I hope, Amos, you're watching and you can enjoy this beautiful cheetah sighting. Some people don't have the opportunities to come out into these natural areas, and Wild Earth giving you that opportunity, and those people the opportunity to still see wildlife, and that's what I just love about this. Just amazing, that camouflage when they lay flat, eh? can see how vigilant these cheetahs are, that their heads are always usually up. And if they do lay flat with their head down, it's not long, and they do raise their head again. Zandy, interesting question. I think most of us would think yes, so this would be the ideal time now to go get a drink of water. They're going to be thirsty. But the kill was very fresh, and they'll get a lot of hydration from the blood, actually, and then that hydrates them quite well. I see they are panting now, and it is getting warm for them. Not warm for us, though, yet. And they are going to need water sometime today, but not right now. Right now, they are fully hydrated from the blood. Look at that face just staring at us there. Oh, shame.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
I see that one cheetah is showing you its beautiful paw. And you can actually see a few details in the paw, and you can try and imagine what the sign or the track or the footprint will look like. You can see right at the ends there are the tips of the nails, quite oval toes, and then the main pad, which has got those 3 lobes. You notice those little bubbles there, so we call those lobes. There are 3 of them. The 2 side lobes seem to be quite well developed. You see that. So when looking at the track on the ground, if you're seeing those 3 lobes, you can immediately assume that it's a cat of sort. If it's got nails and 3 lobes, you are dealing with cheetah. And of course, if there are no nails, it can be a caracal, it can be a serval. If it's the right size, it can be lion, leopard. But of course, no nails in the sign. Just beautiful. You can even see the bits of blood under the chin of that one cheetah with the head on the ground. Quincy, morning. The third cheetah is tucked in there somewhere. We just can't see it. Now when they lie down and they lay flat like they are now, even in areas where there's very short grass, you can battle to see them. Myself and BK, we drove past exactly where they were coming down here. And luckily BK in the corner of his eye saw movement, and we pinpointed where the cheetahs were. But if you're ever searching for cheetah, really you have to have very good eyes. You have to look very hard for them, even in the obvious places. Just beautiful. Look at the markings. They are really painted well by an artist, so to speak. Having those black tear marks down the eyes is a typical trait that it's cheetah. Those black sort of lines on the face does help them to absorb glare, because they're very successful in hunting in the daytime, and in the daytimes comes with a few challenges, bright light and glare. So to have black markings on the face, it helps to absorb that glare. They can see better without being blinded. And you may even see this in the sporting world as well. I know American football, when they're playing the day games, they tend to have those black stripes with paint. They make the paint black stripes under the players' eyes so they can absorb the glare. And in the night games, the opposite. They will use the black stripe, the white stripes. They can see the ball better at night. That's with American football. It was obviously copied from nature. We find nocturnal animals do have some sort of white stripes near the eyes, under the eyes, to reflect moonlight into the eye, giving them good nocturnal vision. And in the day, active animals having the black stripes do not reflect the light, but rather absorb it. Hello, Solly. That's quite a good question, and it's quite a complex answer to that. So cheetahs are built for speed. They are built in every way to pick up speed and go. The problem is when they're running at these high speeds, they're expelling a lot of energy, huge amounts of it. And if they're expelling too much energy, they could be wasting energy if they're not able to catch a certain prey. But then also, because of that high burst of energy, their body temperature starts rising quite quickly. From the minute they start running, body temperature starts to heat up. And if they don't stop after a few hundred meters, you can find that cheetahs are overheating and they can cause brain damage. So they've got to stop. If they're not going to able to catch the prey within 200-300 meters, they're forced to stop. And they'll have to lie down for a good few hours just to let that body temperature go down, and they can carry on. And this is a prime reason why they do lose a lot of their kills. I can't remember exactly what the statistic was, but I think it was somewhere in the 70% range that in certain game reserves it was noticed with high competition that cheetahs would lose up to 70% of their kills. And this is one of the reasons, because when they do chase prey, their body temperature rises, they catch the prey, but now they can't feed. Immediately, they need to wait for their body temperature to cool down. And scavengers and other predators, they've picked up on the commotion, or they smell the blood and they come walking straight to them, and they haven't even had a mouthful yet. It can take a little bit over an hour in some cases for cheetahs to control their pant and to cool down. So we'll definitely watch this space, but I can see that these cheetahs will probably also hunt, maybe even nocturnally. There's 3 of these male cheetahs, and sometimes some cheetahs have been known to hunt at night. Full moon especially, wild dogs, cheetahs who usually are hunting in the day will utilize full moon. But I did work with a coalition of cheetah before at Tswalu in Kalahari. And they moved around a lot at night, and they caught a lot of things at night. And it depends how confident they are and how opportunistic they are. But it is safer for them to hunt in the daytime, because generally their competitors, so i.e. lions and leopards, are usually resting at that time when they are hunting in the daytime, the cheetah. And then vice versa as well. So when their competitors are hunting at night, the cheetahs will take that opportunity to lie low and rest in that time usually. So it's very interesting how nature works. So I do have a question for all of you out there, and you're welcome to do some research and look around for the answer, and you can send them to me and I'll tell you who's right. But what does cheetah mean? What is the meaning of cheetah? I'm just wondering if they're going to stick around here for the day, or if they're going to start moving around. It can be that they might move by sort of the afternoon. And unless you know where they are, I mean, you can really drive past them. And I'd hate to think in my career how many cheetahs I've driven past. I think the same would go for leopard as well, because leopard's camouflage is very good as well. Yeah?
Yeah, I've driven past a leopard just here.
Is it, eh? BK says that he's driven past a leopard that was like not even a meter away from the side of the road. And if they stand still enough, you'll drive right past them. So very little movements up until now, but I really don't blame them. They probably use quite a bit of energy catching that young impala. And they fed on it, but then also now this panting is making things a little bit difficult for them because they are full. And then also panting does use lots of energy. Right, we're going to stick around with them for a little bit more. In the meanwhile, we're going to send you over to Kariega Game Reserve with Liam.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Kariega. It certainly sounds like quite a bit of fun hanging out with those cheetah males over in Amakhala this morning. It's certainly a beautiful cat that I rather fancy the cheetah as a big predator. In fact, probably my favorite big cat. So very, very cool to be able to hang out with those cheetah males. But I've been hanging out with some non-spotted creatures, rather stripy ones. This little harem of zebras, or extended harem. It seems rather two kind of mix and matched harems here of stripy horses. Just looking at them, just thinking of horses, of course, they have been, people have attempted to domesticate zebras very unsuccessfully. And it's quite, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall to watch people attempt to do so, because they are truly wild creatures, these zebras. They have an innately wild temperament, and so they don't tame that easily. Even if you hand raise a zebra, it's still got certain innate characteristics that are zebra-esque, that it will not give up easily. So yeah, there's been many attempts at trying to domesticate the zebra in the way that other equids have been, and it's just simply not doable. So that wild nature of zebra, and then apparently they're not particularly well built to holding a weight on their back. So I said there have been a number of people attempted to domesticate them, so they've probably raised them and trained them, and the few that have that were able to be tamed didn't do particularly well at carrying weight, apparently, on their backs. So I guess it's it's just they don't mind probably a partner or a buddy to lean their chin on the back. That's nothing too strenuous. To have an entire human being sitting on the back is not as comfortable for a zebra. But it sure as heck should be quite an attraction to be able to have such a colourful horse to ride. I suppose their short, stout legs are useful for running away and also kicking back at would be threats, but certainly not the holding weight. It does indeed look like a little bit of a little peck on the forehead there. Yeah, quite endearing. Oh, so touching. And our family of crows seem to have caught their attention on something down there. What's all the ruckus about, guys? The hardy-daws were even disturbed by it. Aha! Ooh, we have something very, very, very exciting here. We've got a peregrine falcon who's joined the party here at Scotia, and that's what the crows have been crowing about. So, here we have what appears to be a peregrine falcon. Where did you go? Oh, that's a very, very exciting bird of prey to have around. Where did you go? No, it's flown quite some distance away. And not coming closer, unfortunately. Not for now. Yeah, sure, that was a lovely little interjection there. And thank you to those Cape Crows for alerting me to, or us, should I say, alerting us to that. It's quite a formidable bird of prey, that peregrine falcon. So I don't blame them for being a little bit disturbed by its presence. Sure, no, it's unfortunate I didn't be able to get a nice fix for you guys, but certainly a very, very cool bird of prey to be able to observe. We'll head on back to our zebras, who are still unfazed by the events of these feathered creatures. It looks like it was a kiss of death. So Kimberly asks, how far can zebras live from waterholes? So, well, they are fairly water dependent creatures, so they have certain requirements to have for drinking water daily, or within a few days. I don't know if they, particularly bound to any specific distance. Sure. Just thinking of a plain zebra. I mean, they're not as bound like a waterbuck or other antelope species. I don't know what there are probably a good number of different figures that are available on that. Because plain zebras are quite a widely distributed species that would be found in various arid or non-arid environments. I'm not quite sure what that exact number is. It wouldn't surprise me if you could get a zebra going up to 20-30 kilometers from water. They should be able to manage with foregoing for a few days. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'll see if I can find any figures on how far a zebra can wander from water. It's certainly the Hartmann's mountain zebra, the mountain zebras that you get up in Namibia, which of course in the Namib desert they'd be able to go without water for very long periods of time. In fact, probably even be completely independent of water, because there's so little of it available in the Namib. So the Hartmann's mountain zebra might do quite well away from water. Well, I'll be damned. We've had mostly yellowbill kites around on the plains, or what I have assumed were yellowbill kites. These seem to be black kite, and that might explain why they're here in such good numbers. So it's a bit of a debate as to whether or not there are two species or one. I'm gonna shift the attention from these resting zebras to these rather active kites, which again are up and down here, and I'll further the discussion once they're on screen. So, here we have a black kite. Have a look at its not so forked tail. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Now, there's a bit of a debate as to whether or not it's two species or one species. And those kind people in the white lab suits seem to constantly debate whether it is a species or two species, that being the black kite and yellowbill kite. And when, or if one does decide to split them, it's said that one of the differences is the not so forked tail in a black kite and a deeply forked tail in a yellowbill kite. And there are also subtle differences in the markings of the bird. Nuances really. But these particular kites seem to have not so deeply forked tails, which then leads me to conclude that they are black kites. Either which way, well, as I continue to enjoy these lovely kites who keep me entertained on the plains here, let's go and have a look at what's happening at the pool party with Cedric.
Yes, thank you so much, Liam. I'm glad that you are enjoying those kites, Nat. And I am enjoying a beautiful little herd of elephants that's just come down towards Okokuyo Pan. And I am so happy because I haven't seen a herd yet coming down to the pan. I've just seen males now and again for the last several days. So yes, it's nice to see 5 elephants here at the pan. Of course, a big female to the right. And then, of course, the two younger ones in the center, and another female, and one on the far left. I'm not too sure. Must probably a young male. It seems like one female. It looks like two of the females here have got these youngsters. Absolutely love it. So yes, definitely I am happy that I've got the white rhino coming down this morning. Got a little herd of elephants coming down. So definitely for my last day on the dam cams, I am happy that I'm getting some action. Wonderful, yeah, on Escape to Nature. So I always just take a look, and I see him with this female to the right. Nice tusks on her as well. So just the dentations on her head is a little bit deep. So I don't think she is the youngest of her females. On 10 to 1, I'm sure she is the matriarch of this little herd. I can't think of those other females being, or the other female being a matriarch, who's definitely much younger. There's the old female. And I won't even be surprised if that other female that's got the calf could be a daughter, like a daughter from maybe 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, of this older female. You never know. Very, very possible, because the second youngest female there seems like she's about as close to the 20s, just by the size and dentations on the head. But yeah, all enjoying a little bit of a drink around the pan itself. Ian, yes, thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. Yes, it is so nice having some elephants around Okokuyo. It's lovely to, especially with seeing these younger ones. This is the little one that's walking to the right. You can just see the tusk just about appearing out of from the lip itself. So you'll find that the tusks just start appearing at about 4. So I will rate this one almost close to 4 years old. You can see the swelling on the side where the tusks are going to come out. You can see it's already pretty much almost coming through. Very cute.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
I'm just hoping that they do go inside. So I'm just going to reposition him. I'm just hoping those two youngsters will decide to go a little bit further in. It'll be quite nice to see them having a little bit more of a pool party than just splashing themselves. But I don't think maybe this pan is not really ideal for them. If you're looking at pool parties and elephants that enjoy certain dams, you look at Treehouse Dam, for instance. How often have we had pool parties that side with elephants going into the dam and of course rolling around, going under. And I think even Lauren this morning had an amazing sighting with all those elephants that were pretty much playing in the dam itself in Madikwe. Which looks like they are pretty much done. Looks like they are pretty much done now. I think they are going to now slowly move maybe further up and maybe towards an area for good feeding. And then you can see the bigger female in front. Of course, the matriarch, she's decided when to move. And a low rumble, and then off they go. And what I love about elephants, they respect these matriarchs, the female that pretty much leads these herds, and they put so much trust in her. They rely on her knowledge, on her memory, on areas that's got water, areas that's got food, that's available food, and so that's one thing. What I love about them is just that typical social structure, that understanding of every individual, and also the respect. Alright, it looks like they are heading now a little bit further, maybe down behind a little area there that we can't get to. But yeah, let's head back onto the pan itself. All the loads of zebras that's hanging around this side. As always. I'm also just keeping a close eye on the Djuma Dam as well, just in case Molawati, that male leopard, has decided to come back. It looked like this morning when he was moving away, had quite a full belly, so you never know. Maybe come back for maybe another drink. Alright, well, we are going to continue just enjoying this pan. Let's head over to the Eastern Cape, to Amakhala with Andrew, as he's still sitting with those spotted cats.
So we have repositioned slightly, and we got special permission from the ecology unit here in Amakhala Game Reserve to off-road around 15 meters, so we can have a good look and we can show you the cheetahs very nicely. So Christian, thank you very much for that permission. Really appreciate you, and Amakhala Game Reserve as well. So just so you know, the protocol in Amakhala, because of the type of bushveld out here, and also because we are in a drought still, off-roading is prohibited. So absolutely no off-road driving, unless under very special circumstances. And then we might get given the permission to off-road in a non-sensitive area. So I gave them all the details as to what the bush looks like here, and they made the call that, yeah, it should be fine. It does help a lot to off-road drive, but you know, after working here in Amakhala for the 4 years that I was here, before working with Wild Earth, I realized that most of the time, if you just patience, the animal or animals will eventually cross the road. So it's not always necessary to off-road, but in some situations it is. So now we can see all three individuals very, very nicely. Matt, that would be no. So no, they're not. Cheetahs will give birth any time of the year. If you look at some of the antelopes, they might prefer to give birth around the summer months and then hold their pregnancy during a portion of the winters, but not with cheetah and cats in general. Cats, they'll breed anytime. As long as there's availability of food and everything is in favor and water, they'll be comfortable in breeding, mating, falling pregnant and giving birth. And that's why cats are quite successful as a whole. I know cheetahs are endangered, but cats, like the lions, very, very successful because of that. The cheetah population has plummeted over the last 50-60 years from a few factors. Whenever lion populations are incredibly strong, that's directly going to affect the cheetah populations. And they are wandering animals. Cheetahs, they always wander around. They're always keen to explore. And sometimes they might find a hole in a fence and they slip under that hole and they land up in areas where they're not really that safe. And they have been persecuted in the past. But a lot of people are a lot more conservationally ethical now. But they would rather conserve cheetah than demolish them due to being maybe on a cattle farm or something like that. And we've got very good relations with all the cattle farmers around here. They know us. And sometimes they even give the reserve a phone call and say there is a Cape leopard on their property. They don't want to harm it. Can the reserves in the nearby area come and assist? Makala will go out there free of charge, absolutely no charge. I'll go with all the equipment that's necessary and capture that animal so they could potentially release it onto Amakala or another game reserve and help it survive. I still remember the day when I got wind that these three male cheetahs were released from the boma and introduced into the main reserve. That really made things really cool for us, that I knew at some point I was going to be able to show them to you, and here we are now. And just the feeling I have just sitting here, knowing that I'm showing you three beautiful specimens of a coalition that are going to be extremely strong and already are, really makes myself and BK very happy. Now, Warthog walked past here moments ago and saw the cheetahs and took off running. I think that Warthog is still busy running now. So I did pose a question to you all. Didn't receive any feedback, but that's all right. So the word cheetah actually derives from a Hindi word, shita, which means a spotted cat. cheetah. And they're most definitely spotted cats, not rosetted cats. Leopards are rosetted, which are broken spots. These are true spots. They are solid and in full form. Now I know Darcy is quite good with this. It's spotting differences within the animal's markings. I'm going to need to spend a lot more time with these cheetahs to find those differences. I think Darcy and I should have a chat at some point about some other markings that she has noticed, because that'll help us as well. And also for you. If you see something that's different with a certain individual, please, by all means, let us know. It's going to help us, it's going to help the reserve. But the main markings that are unique with cheetah are actually on the face. So you look at the chin, the forehead, even on the breast area, and there will be quite a few differences within the spotting on the backs. It's just, it's quite a puzzle of spots there, and to notice those differences will take a bit of time. Hi Wayne, so it's a good question you're asking, Wayne. So cheetahs, I guess they do have that ability. They could sleep for as long as they want, but they don't sleep like lions sleep. If lions have got a nice full belly and they've got no reason to move, they could sleep for a whole 24-hour period. Yeah, that's very possible with them. They don't often do that, but they can. Cheetahs, they keep moving. And this afternoon, it'll be debatable whether these cheetahs will even be here. So they do need to keep moving. That's imperative for their survival. Because if lions do manage to corner off cheetah, then it's over for the cheetah. And lions don't eat cheetah. They do eliminate them. Rather get rid of the competition now, rather than letting it go and then tomorrow it's going to be an annoyance again, so to speak. So yeah, if lions if they do get hold of them, it's quite tragic for cheetah. So because of that, cheetah, they keep moving. They pack up shop and move along, set up camp, pack up shop, move along. And by doing that, they're able to avoid lions. Also, they're going to be able to listen to where the lions are roaring from. They will be able to understand where they are. They pick up the scent in the environment. And they try and operate in opposite areas as to where their competition is seeming to be active. Currently, the Amakhala Pride of Lions, they are in the far eastern side of the basin. They're very far from these cheetahs at the moment. But 2 days ago, these cheetahs were in the same area as the lions. They were listening to them roaring and becoming nervous. And since then, they have left that area and moved into the total opposite area. And that's through constantly moving. Lenny, thanks again for your question. So, Lenny, they'll go into a boma to acclimatize. These cheetahs did come from Limpopo, so it's a total different environment to the Eastern Cape. So they'll go into a boma for a period of time. It varies. It really does vary. And I'm probably the last person to be answering this question because conservation, they know a lot more about this topic than I do. So I don't want to touch too much base in it. But until they're ready, until they seem like they've settled, that they've gotten used to the climate and the surroundings, the smells, the sounds, etc. These cheetahs were not in the boma for long at all. I'm not sure exactly how long they were in the boma, but it was less than 3 weeks. So that's a very quick time for them, and it's because of their progress. They settled very quickly and they were ready to be in the reserve. I see BK is having fun with the camera here, getting some really good shots here. Kara, I think boma, but BK, is boma an African word by any chance? It's Afrikaans word. I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think it's an Afrikaans word. A boma. So a boma is usually an area that is cordoned off by either thorn branches, a makeshift fence. So when you go camping in the bush, when you're sleeping in the bush and there's wild animals around and you don't want to get eaten, what you do is you build yourself a boma. So you go out into the bush and you grab some branches and some thorn bushes, then you make a little circle and you put your sleeping bag in the middle. So that's you have a little fence. That is a boma. But of course, a boma for animals like cheetahs is going to be not makeshift at all. So it's a fenced area, just to protect them until they can settle down. Because if they're not settled and you release them onto the main reserve or any reserve and they're not settled down, the chances of surviving is not going to be great because they're going to be nervous. And when you're nervous, what happens? You make mistakes, you see. You've got to make sure that they're settled, happy, ready, and off they go, much like they are. So I know it might sound like, oh, but you're putting animals in a fenced area. Surely that's not nice. Now remember, these animals are critically endangered. And if we have a chance to give them any hope, you have to think about the conservation side of things. So things have changed over the last 200, 300 years. Human expansion is expanding even to this very day. Roads are popping up. National highways are popping up. Areas are becoming limited for wild animals. And because of that, whenever you have a game reserve, no matter how big the game reserve or small it is, if there's a fence around it, a conservation team needs to be employed, who are people who have really studied the conservation side of animals in the bush, gone through extensive studies and universities and practicals, and it's a lot of hard work. They have very important jobs out here to do that. But I do appreciate all your questions and queries. It's always nice to get that going. But again, if you have any questions out there, anybody, please feel free, send them along. We're here for you. If you'd like to know something about these animals, a makala, or even about us, what we're doing out here, always welcome. We are always willing to share. And we would like for you to share as well. Tell us about your experiences, what you've seen in the bush. Because ultimately, whoever's watching, we all share a common interest, a major common interest, and that's nature. So in a way, we are all connected. No matter where you come from, what you do, how old you are, we love the same thing, so we are all connected.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medicway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Okay, so one of them is up. This just probably wants to stretch, but you never know. They could start moving at any moment, so we're always on standby for that. And it's always a good idea just to stand up, of course, stretch the body, get the circulation going, but also just make sure everything is clear and safe. I've actually seen eland antelope chasing cheetah before. Eland will prefer to run off. Rishan, yes. At this stage, I don't, I think a level of dominance, there will be one that is a bit more dominant than the other two, yeah, even at this age, but they're still very young. And they're not yet breeding at this point, because theoretically they would have been with the mom still for a few more months. But sadly, she did pass away from being attacked by lions. So at this stage, they're not interested in the breeding, or they could be, but on a normal scale, they would have still been with mom. But in the next few months, within a year from now, they're going to be very interested in breeding, and you're going to find that there's going to be one slightly more dominant one than the other, correct? And that goes with any species of animal that form coalitions, whether it be lion, leopard, lion, cheetah, whatever the case may be. Yeah, there will be one more dominant one, more so than the others. When I saw them the other day for the first time, I hadn't read their history, and I was convinced that they were about 2.5 years. And a little bit wrong on that. They're 20 months, so yeah, not too far off. It is difficult to tell these things sometimes, especially from first glances. Shame they're feeling a little bit uncomfortable there, just trying to get that belly off the ground, in a sense that they don't want to lie on their belly. Too uncomfortable that way, so they might even just roll on their side, and in some cases they could roll on their back, but we have noticed you see this less with cheetah than the rest of the cats. Being on their back does put them in a vulnerable position. Not to say they don't do it, but they don't do it as much as lions and leopard do. They rather lie on their side. I wonder what's happening out in Kariega Game Reserve. So I think let's head off to Liam and see what he's doing.
And welcome back to Kariega, folks. We've found a resting herd of blesbok that, well, they were resting and need to be on the move again. And just moving through this section. It's the same place yesterday where the warthogs were giving a good old jolly burst of energy, running around these short grazed sections. There's a slight depression you can see that the antelope are a little bit obscured by, but the warthogs were darting up and down in between these blesbok yesterday, and it almost seemed as though they were enticing a bit of, or soliciting a little bit of play. And these blesbok were quite a little bit on edge with these playful warthogs, and so they would chase off the very playful warthogs that would wander on too near their youngsters. So, Linda, the blesbok calf will gradually get to its adult colour, probably in around about just over a year's time. Yeah. So when it gets to the size of, more or less the size of an adult, it's still going to fill quite a bit after that, get into good breeding weight, and then then it will slowly, depending if it's a male or female, it will keep a slightly lighter tone, and then if it's a male, then continue to darken over time. So of course these are all females, and I believe that's a female, but this one here in the foreground looking at us is a male, so you can see how much darker it is compared to a female on the right hand side. So yeah, the male will probably take a good number of years to get into that kind of color form, but yeah, the little one probably get its adult colors in about a year or so. Keeping their heads down to keep the flies at bay. So I always seem to seems to have disappeared just behind a bit of slope there. Seems like he was chasing off another male there. I was just about to say, you seem to see Blaze sitting around all day and you think, what is he doing? Just sitting around all the time. But later in the evenings, early in the mornings, you can see why he's resting, as he is very, very busy chasing away all the other competing males. So it's just really just saving energy for moments of moments where it's displacing other males. It seems to give chase to a number of different males and persists at that until he's happy with displacing potential newcomers. Seem rather intrigued by this speaking creature. So, Kyra, do the males teach the other males how to spar? So, Kyra, I wouldn't say so much they teach them, but males innately, well, just not only males, but a lot of antelope have the innate nature to kind of utilize those horns, and so if it's not against the bush, then it would be against another antelope, or it doesn't have to be a blesbok. So they would train with one another, but not actively teach. In the way that you and I would think to part the knowledge onto, but it would rather be learning from practicing. So yeah, I think that's how another male might offer its services against or with another. It's through offering a helpful friend to practice a bit of sparring with. And of course for blesbok, or any antelope for that matter, it comes in the form of play, starting at a young age, and that play gradually develops into something that is practiced in adulthood, which is goes from playing to fighting and sparring, and trying to keep other males away, or try to spar his position into getting some mating rights there. Looks like we're about to lose these blesbok. So, a couple of twitching ears of resting rhinos in the distance there. Try to reposition to see if we could get an angle on them, but it looks like I'll have to do that again. Hardy-dars have caught the rhino's attention. Let's pan on out and have a look and see what's happening in the other parts of the plains down here. A couple more blesbok and some inyala. Really interesting to actually see these two very different antelope alongside each other. I mean, blesbok is an open plains grassland species, and an Inyala rather a thicket and forested species. So really quite unique to have such a contrast of antelope alongside each other here in Kariega. Just goes to show how unique this landscape is. Almost a male Inyala just resting in the foreground. It almost looks as if it could have been a blesbok, minus the fact that it doesn't have that wonderful bless on the face, or blaze on the face, as we learned the other day. But rather like the kuru, the Inyala, in having that little chevron over its nose. Very, very clear chevron over its nose there, this little Inyala. Really quite lovely little markings, delicate markings on the face. It was I remember hearing a folklore story about how, I think it was the, stand to be corrected, the Zulu culture in Zululand, they said how the ancestors blessed the Inyala to be the most beautiful antelope in the land, and how they blessed the Inyala is the ancestor took paint on his fingers and held the antelope up into the light and said, "You are indeed the most beautiful antelope in the land, and because of this I bless you with this painting on my fingers." And so it was left, and now the Inyala is left with that blessing in the form of the white paint on his fingers that were left behind on the Inyala's face, which would be quite tricky to see from here, but if you have a look at an Inyala's face, it's got these seemingly perfectly positioned finger marks where one might have perhaps received a bit of face paint on. So it matches the story quite well, and I've always remembered that story from my time in Zululand, where you have very good numbers of Inyala all over the coast there. He is joined by some impala and warthog as well, all just feeding on the edge there. It's going to be nice and toasty down there, I'd say, on the edge of this thicket, and that's because they are mostly out of the wind over there. The wind is coming in from the east today, and so it would be providing a nice bit of wind shadow on the side of that thicket. Some happy grazing antelope. So good to see the condition of so many antelope at this time of year improving dramatically. It's in many of the summer rainfall regions of Southern Africa, it is a time of abundance. Lots of good graze is starting to come through because of rains that have started falling starting from roughly October. And so after having a very tough dry season, everyone is on the up. There's babies about as well, and they all growing rapidly. It's just it's a time that's full of life. It's really and growth. It's just nice to see the landscape also so nice and green. The birds got a little bit of extra sing to them. It's also because they've got a lot of visitors coming in, a lot of migrant birds around this time of year. Yesterday somebody asked the question of, do antelope, do blesbok, how do they interact with or act with one another whilst grazing, or something along the lines of how do they compete for grazing, and I was saying how animals have this wonderful ethic about them in approaching one another. There's a lot of mutual respect, I believe, in the animal world. And perfect example here, we've got 3 entirely different species, in fact 4 even. We've got the warthog, we've got the Inyala, Impala, and then a couple of blesbok to the left. They just have no issue whatsoever grazing alongside one another, with no hassle in the world really. Of course it's an environment where it's got a fair good amount of food, so they're not under food stress, so one might find competition to be more intense in an environment with less resources. But when times are good, the creatures kind of settle. They're reassured that their next door neighbor is not going to eat all the food, and they will get more than enough food. Another good reason to hang out in different multi-species groupings is the fact that different creatures offer different levels of sensory aptitude. An Inyala might be quite exceptional at spotting a bit of movement somewhere in a thicket. The warthog might perhaps have a far better sense of smell. So all together creating a far better idea of what might be around them. Like potentially a predator, like a cheetah. Speaking of which, let's go back to Amakhala and see how our 3 brothers are doing.
We're still here with these 3 male cheetahs, and they are lying very symmetrically, aren't they? Almost looks like a mirror image in a way. But they've decided to lie right up against the bush there. I think a bit more shade, a bit more cover, a bit more security. And the third one went around the bush and is lying on the other side at the moment. we'll just watch them. You never know, things can easily change. They can change sort of their positions at any time. And then also they can get up and start walking at any time. And the thing about seeing 3 male cheetahs like this is you always have to have the thought the idea in the back of your mind that at any stage they can get up and attempt to catch something, because they are going to catch a lot of things in their lifetime, being quite strong as they are. Just wonderful to be able to have the opportunity just to sit here with them and watch them for such a long time like this. And ultimately, this is when you see truly amazing things, is when you spend time with the animals. If you watch an animal for 20 minutes or 30 minutes and hope to see something spectacular happen, no matter what it is, not enough time. You really need to spend some good time with them. Hey Virginia, they will, yes, when it comes to breeding, yeah, things changes, so the focus becomes trying to promote their genetics. So they will compete with one another, that's right. They may even claw each other, have a little bit of a fight and an argument. But then when all of that settles and that's over, they return to the brotherly love, because they do have an incredibly strong bond, even at the age that they are now. And as they grow older, that bond is just going to get more solid. And let me tell you, that bond cannot be broken very easily. So for these males to decide, nah, I know we're brothers, but we're not getting along anymore, I'm going to move on and do my own thing. That is very unlikely to happen, because as I say, they form incredibly strong bonds which lasts a lifetime. But when there is a female and estrus around and the pheromones are filling the air, then you do find that those situations do change temporarily, and their aggression towards each other might be focused, but they return back to their bond in no time.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So I do hope they stand at some point again, and then you can definitely have a look at what I'm about to talk about now. But just in their anatomy, so their body structure, cheetahs are built in every way to be light. So their bones are fairly light. Their skeleton structure is very light. They have quite a long back and a very long tail, which is what we call a heavy tail. So they can definitely pick up high speeds very quickly. I think it's 0 to 100 in 3.39 seconds the last time I read, which is incredibly fast. And what aids them in running and being agile while running is a few things. So a long back, having claws that stick out all the time, so running spikes, and then their dense, heavy tail, which is going to be their counterbalance when running. So they can change direction as quick as what a springbuck can do. As you've got to bear in mind, most of their prey that they go for are medium-sized antelopes, springbuck, impala, etc. And they are very agile, so cheetahs are going to need to match up that agility in some way. And this is where the tail comes in. Other animals with very heavy tails are, arboreal and semi-arboreal animals, so animals that live in trees. You can imagine why they need some sort of a counterbalance when jumping on the branches. So by saying this, a heavy male cheetah, you're looking at just over 30 kilograms really, whereas a very heavy male leopard, say up in Djuma, and I'm sure Cedric will back me up on this, 90 kilogram leopard is a very big leopard. So cheetahs are 1/3 of the weight, and that's in males. They're very slender, very, very light. But because of their long limbs, they are quite tall. So even though they are light, they are still looking, quite big. They're not classified as small cats. These are medium-sized cats. Same classification as leopard. And one of my good friends who's in the mission control, one of the directors, Sihle. Sadly, Sihle is going to be leaving us. And she is going to continue her studies. So I did say to myself, as soon as I heard that the cheetahs are being released, then we are going to have to definitely make a sighting for her, just to say good luck with your next adventure. I know you still got some time left with us, but before you do go to your next adventure, the cheetahs must be seen by you. Just wonderful sitting here. Oh, Darcy, that's a tough question. In the information that I got, there was nothing mentioned about that. But if I had to tell you, I'd be guessing. I'll try and find out for you. I'm not sure if it's going to be easy to get a hold of that information, but I'll definitely try. But just judging by the way they are, the ability that they have to be so confident, to catch things already, to chase jackal that has already been observed, I don't think it was that long ago. I think they've spent good time with Mom before her passing on, and they have learnt a lot of the basics well. So I think it wasn't that long ago. But I'll find out for you, Darcy. I'll get back to you on that. And this happens in nature, you know. Sometimes, you know, young cheetahs, young leopard, young lions are going to lose their mother and be forced to a situation to now sort of go out there and start now. You've got no other option. And that's survival of the fittest. Those that are not that strong in genetics or in mindset or technique strategies, they are not going to survive, and it's going to leave the space open for cheetah that can survive. And that's one thing I've always admired about the wildlife, is that they don't just give up. They don't want to say, right, this is too hard, I'm not going to do it. It's not an option. That's right, BK?
I've never heard of an eagle that can't fly.
Never heard of an eagle that can't fly.
Or scared of heights.
Or scared of heights. 100%. 100%. Of course, they're going to always encounter challenges with any animal, and the ability to adapt is key. To learn to live with the challenges. Make it work. And what's also very respectful is that they freely go out of their comfort zones to survive. I look at myself sometimes, of course everybody has their own comfort zone, and sometimes we find ourselves going back to our default functions. And they're very respectful to know that the wildlife are always able to pack up and leave that behind and move on. Xenia, not very loud at all. Oh, wow. A cheetah's contact call. Now, you're going to have to look on your Google for that. I'm not going to try and mimic it, especially with them around here. I don't want to confuse them. It sounds like a normal cat, not the meow. But when you do listen to their contact call, you'll know it's definitely a cat. You know, leopard make an incredible sound that's sawing through metal sound, incredibly vocal sound. Lions roar. They want the world to know that they're advertising themselves. Cheetahs don't want that. So their call is very low pitched, just to communicate with each other without letting the competition know of where they are. Hello, you come back now. Brilliant. Oh, there's the grooming, re-establishing those bonds. Always nice to watch. Oh goodness. Seatley, we are seriously gonna miss you. Seatley is just doing her mimic of a cheetah in my ear here. It's not bad at all, by the way. Not bad at all. Maybe this is your spirit animal, Seatley. There's a full-on grooming session going on there. This is just such a cool sighting. Really cool. This has really made my entire day. Just a beautiful sighting. Yeah, that is such a nice sighting. And also where they're lying, it's just really nice to view them because we can see all three. And I'm sure you all want to have a very good look at them. Not hiding in any bushes or trying to avoid us. Lying in the perfect place. Now, there's a cardinal woodpecker calling around here. He's just being so difficult. We would love to get him on camera, but he's all over the show. The small little woodpecker, instead of having a red head, has actually got a black head. Tiny little guy, cardinal woodpecker. Cedric, have you seen a cardinal woodpecker before in your lifetime? I know you've been in the bush for some years now. I'm sure you have. Ah, great. So you just got wind that Cedric on the dam cams has seen a cardinal woodpecker before. Good show, good show. You want to try it, eh? BK's going to try and give it a bash. Is it still around? Is he around? Yes, there's a little blackhead. Yo, BK, you got some skills there, bro. Mandy, I don't think the birds have seen the cheetahs. They're lying very comfortably under the bush, so I think they're unaware. But believe me, if they see them, they will alarm call. Yes, Ibika, you actually managed to get a cardinal woodpecker on camera. I can't believe it. Very good. I think I was a good mentor, eh? Yeah. No, I'm just joking. I know nothing about camera work. Look at this little guy just popping up and down. That's so awesome. Look at that. And see what this woodpecker is doing. So, there are borer beetles inside the wood. And what these woodpeckers do is they create a hole, right? And then they try and listen to where the borer beetle is placed in the trunk. Then they tap away, tuk 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 tuk. They're trying to get that borer beetle to move around in its tunnel, and then move towards a hole that has already been created by the woodpecker. And the woodpecker will just be waiting there and will grab it. As it goes there, it'll grab it out the hole. Of course, they will live in holes and trees as well. They specialize in living in natural cavities and self-made cavities as well. That is so cool. Now I used to specialize in some of the bird safaris out here at Bukela Lodge back in the day, and very difficult to even show the birders. Where did the cheetahs go now? What? The cheetahs managed to slip by while we were distracted by the woodpecker there. That does happen there. On the other side of the bush there. Oh goodness. I'm wondering if they were there, if it wasn't perhaps a hallucination. Okay, so we will probably need to re-angle. I'm not sure where they went, so we might need a little bit of time just to try and reposition there. Let's just listen and look. I think they're on the other side of this this localized thicket here. Okay, should we try and start up and drive on the road there? Okay, the road is over there. The road goes up there. Okay, so let us try that. Okay, I think the best is probably to go to Liam in the meantime, just to give us a chance just to relocate these beautiful cheetahs. So let's head that way. See you in a bit.
And welcome back to Makala, where we're stuck in with some blessboks. They've taken up a nice position on top of the hill here, and it appears to be two males. Trying to see if there's no real grouping. The group has moved off. Yeah, it looks like two males. Oops. What was that, buddy? Maybe some flies. So you'll see that there's this interesting habit of theirs to put their nose down into the grass or towards the ground. And they use that to try and get away from pesky flies. I'm wondering what it is that they saw. Yeah, so they use that habit of putting their nose into the ground to try and get away from the flies, which are quite a nuisance for a blessbok. And their little dip in the head over there, very useful. Oops. So Amanda, I would say there are some antelopes that have the ability to smell water underground, but in general, just to smell water or know the scent of water, yes, most antelopes are pretty adept at being able to smell water. I think a great example I love to use is there's instances of zebra that have been known to smell where rain has fallen, and within a matter of days or a week or two arrive shortly after that rain had fallen. So yes, I'd say antelope have got a very, very good way of recognizing water, more so on the surface as opposed to underwater, because the antelope haven't got too many tools to dig underwater and actually get to that water. So it's all fair and well to smell that water below the surface, but if you're not equipped to get there, then it's of little use to you. There are, however, instances of the oryx or gemsbok who've been known to dig up certain tubers and in the arid regions. Of course, there's a number of plants in the Kalahari and the Namib that are well adapted to living or investing their growth underground, and so a lot of plants have thick, juicy tubers which they invest in restoring a lot of their nutrients and energy, and then bring out the greenery during those rare moments of high rainfall. So the oryx is able to smell those juicy tubers under the ground and use their hooves to dig them up. In fact, I think springbok are also known to some degree be able to dig up these little tubers. So yeah, they would use it to dig up food as opposed to a water hole. There is in many places where there's water underneath sand, loose sand, there's many an instance of elephants being able to dig up that water under the sand, and that would allow a lot of other antelope to come along and then drink from. Baboons, I believe, as well, will occasionally dig up little shallow bits of water. Yeah, so I'm sure they smell the water under the ground, but whether or not they have the ability to get to it is another story. But all in all, antelopes are very good at smelling rain or water sources in an area. Oh, if there's anything that smells in the air this morning, or today, should I say, is certainly a fresh breeze. A nice, cool, fresh breeze. It is so nice to have such lovely, clean, fresh air out here in Kariega. You can see the beautiful lichens that grow on many of the plants here, particularly the woody plants that grow so well in this environment of clean air. It's going to become a scarce commodity in the future if we're not too careful. The concept of fresh air. It's already an issue in many of our major cities of the world. We're lucky on the coast here to get that beautiful ocean air as well, which has always got a certain degree of freshness to it. Oh, it's quite a quite an interesting look on their face, these blesbok, when they've got their ears pointed forward like that. It's almost the kind of look that it has when it's got these blowflies around. Yeah, ears point forward and nose points downward. Yeah, it's definitely they've got to have a good amount of zen to keep those flies at bay without losing their minds. That's why you'll often see a blesbok seemingly run off in a bit of a bout of explosive energy. It's a little bit of behavior to try and run away from the fly. I've had many a roan antelope run towards me to do the same. Very clever little bit of means of trying to get rid of some flies. Charge towards you, do a sidestep, have a little bit of a shake in an attempt to rid itself of louse flies, and then take a sharp turn and run the opposite direction and hope that it has shed off a number of those flies towards you, and often very successfully so. Yeah, get a louse fly end up landing on you whilst having just been pawned them off from a roan.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
quite a neat little behavior how the warthogs get down onto their, I suppose, that would be elbows. Or that would be more like wrists that they'd be getting down onto. It's always tricky to try and calculate or figure out which part is which on an animal. So Andy, warthogs, yes, they are very typical plains inhabitants. So the savannas across Africa is where they call home. But a very important part of that is having a burrow to go home to. So they, if they can't burrow down into an aardvark hole, they'll often find a bit of a thicket or a drainage line, or maybe potentially even a little bit of a rocky outcrop. I remember actually one of the buildings of one of the rooms in one of the camps I used to work in the Waterberg. There would be a family of warthog that would pile up against the wall of one of the rooms because they couldn't find an aardvark hole, and it was always quite a surprise. Guests would go into their room and refresh themselves for the evening event, and as they come back out of the room, get the surprise of their life as a tower of pigs just fall over each other trying to get away because they had piled themselves up much like a little bit of a Jenga tower, with a mother pig underneath and the baby piglets piled on top of her. And she would do so right next to the pathway leading out of the room. So you'd come around the corner and look down, and there was this tower of pigs. And they'd get the fright of their life, and you'd get the fright of your life. And they'd scatter in all directions and then turn around and look at you as to say, "Come on, buddy." Just got all nice and cozy there against the wall. You've ruined our sleeping. So you'd move away, and they'd slowly in the darkness trot back to their warm supposed rocky outcrop. So always quite entertaining to have those warthogs resting against the wall. So yeah, that's my answer for that. It's they are mostly plains creatures, but what's important to them is to find a suitable place to go and sleep where it's not too cold, really, and where they can avoid potential nocturnal threats. And an aardvark hole usually does that best. So it's turning out to be quite a nice balmy day. I don't imagine we'll have the energy levels that we had yesterday with these pigs, who were certainly full of beans running around after each other. It was really quite something to see. And that lasted up until the baboons and monkeys started chattering about something that bothered them which sent all the animals on the plains in the opposite direction. A nice muddy wallow would probably go down well with these warthogs today. A nice little bit of a rub-a-dub-dub relaxing in the mud tub. Sure. Quite a wonderful scene here to the right. So, I think a very interesting part of the Kariega story is the good gentlemen who patrol the reserve. They do so on horseback, and these hard-working men and maybe ladies, women, patrol the reserve as a form of security to be eyes on the ground, and it's a nice I think it's got a nice story to it. Patrols on horseback. It's got to be quite a lovely way to do a patrol. I could fancy myself a novice appreciator of horseback riding. But I thought to pay a bit of attention to the good people who have boots on the ground and are a very important component to any successful conservation area. It's always interesting to see how the animals react so differently to people on horseback versus on foot. It changes the profile of a human being entirely. Also nice to get a bit of a more realistic understanding of what any given place is the human component. We come to you live with all these wonderful scenes of the natural world and these lovely antelope and animals and wildlife. But the reality of these conservation areas is the fact that there's people making it possible to protect these areas, to hold these to make home to these animals, and it's an important aspect to the entire the success of the entire project is the people on the ground that make it all possible to come to you with these wonderful teeming scenes of abundant wildlife. I think we all too often have this image of a natural landscape not having any humans in it, which is it is a reality in some far out places of the world, and there's nothing wrong with that, but in many instances it's not accurate. After all, are we not nature ourselves? So, certainly an incredible number of animals that have just made their way up into this upper section of the plains. They're really an impressive herd of impala who are just passing by in the background of the Izanyana as I rabbled on, and it's really, they've gathered in the one section just a little bit out of view from the camera here, but boy oh boy, is there there's been quite an arrival of animals in the last few moments. So, just having a look at that impala who's now moved off. He seemed to be kind of, rubbing his, what is known as a preorbital gland on one of those bushes. And that's a very common behavior for a impala male to be a form of behavior to scent mark. So there's a little gland just underneath the eye or next to the eye that is used to rub off scent onto little bushes. So if you ever see an impala male particularly rubbing itself, or it kind of looks like it's trying to get into an itchy spot just below the eye, but it's rubbing scent on a bush. So preorbital gland is the gland that has been used. So another gland that impalas have is, mind my pronunciation, but I think it's inguinal. It's INGUINAL, as I believe, and it's kind of sits up on the kind of ankle region, the back ankle, and it's there's a bit of mystery around how exactly it functions, but some of the main theories are that when a herd of impala disperses chaotically in an attempt to evade a predator, it's said that this gland releases a scent which allows the impala to regroup. So you might find a predator rocks up, everyone runs in so many different directions that it's important for you to, for your own safety's sake, regroup with your herd so that you're not as vulnerable. And this fancy gland on its ankle, no, it's not the inguinal, I'm talking rubbish. I believe it's the metatarsal. It's referring to that leg bone. Sorry, now I was shaking off a bit of dust here, some old knowledge here. It's basically the gland that exists just above the rear ankle of the impala, and it's a dark little tuft of hair. And it said that this gland helps basically regrouping the herd of impala after they've scattered and tried to evade a predator. We were talking about scent yesterday, and I just find it a fascinating realm, simply because, well, we can't smell anything compared to any other. So Sandy, to adopt a new herd member, so I don't think impalas, particularly impalas, I don't think they have a very strict structure in that certain members are part of a certain group and others are. I think it's fairly flexible, particularly in a herd, in a female herd. So it wouldn't be a matter of adopting; it would be just a matter of just rejoining another herd. I think that's how it would play out with an impala herd. So adopting kind of wouldn't really be relevant to impalas. There are other groupings of antelope. Maybe in Yala they have certain groupings that they prefer to hang out with, and they might have certain relationships with members of a group or herd. And so that might play into or factor into whether or not a Nyala herd allows for members that they don't know. I get the sense that these Inyalas have positioned themselves here to catch a bit of the breeze that's passing over the top of this ridge. And they've stopped and started with a bit of ruminating, which tells one that they are in a kind of resting mode. Yeah, so Pam Cam, that it is quite a relaxing scene. it's drawing towards the time of day when a lot of antelope will take up resting and ruminating. I think we call it siesta. So yeah, it's very nice to see the kind of very relaxed mode in these Inyala females. You can see that kind of half-mast look in their eye. It just accentuates that kind of relaxed mode. They look like they've got a very, very distant gaze. Well, let's keep on scanning the landscape and see what other creatures are around. Well, let's try and look for some interesting bits of behavior. Let's go and have a look what Cedric's got for you at the Djuma Dam Cam.
Thank you so much, Liam. Yes, I'm just here at the Djuma Dam Cam and just taking a look around here. This is exactly where we had Molawati on the dam this morning, pretty much twice. And it seemed like it's the second time we had him this morning, just before, just before 8, about 8 o'clock, somewhere around there. Yeah, the drink at this, of course, the natural, not a natural pan, but this little man-made pan on the side, on the left-hand side here. And it seemed like, and then he walked straight towards those dead trees, and he went towards Mvubu Road. Mvubu Road is pretty much a road that is situated just north of the dam itself, north of this inflow of Djuma Dam. But it did seem like his tummy was. It seemed like his tummy was full. Maybe he had a kill here, because it was twice. That was the second time that they saw him on the dam cam this morning. So maybe he's got a kill that's somewhere up further here towards the drainage line. But if it's Molawati, the male leopard, he is quite the ghost of Djuma. He does disappear very quickly and not too relaxed with vehicles around during the daytime. Nighttime a little bit easier. But yes, just scan around this area. Note that the zoomies have been scanning quite a bit in this area as well, just hoping that you can have him maybe for another drink. But so far no luck again. But as you can see, a lot of wind here, Djuma. Very strange for this time of the year. Just talking about the wind, well, I think it is quite heavy at the moment. So yeah, let's rather go take a look at Okukuyu in Namibia to see what's happening around that pan. Oh, hello, it's me again. Alright, I'm at Okukuyu Pan. And yes, definitely quite active here. So many animals coming down. As you can see, it is quite a beautiful day here in Namibia. Beautiful blue skies, not a single cloud. And we've got so many gemsbok and springbuck and springbuck. And zebras. Just wanted to take a look if there's any other species here. I'm sure there's going to be a whole lot. But definitely an animal party that's happening around this pan. Oh, there's plenty of springbuck. Sorry, I mean zebra. I thought it was actually gemsbok, zebra. So yeah, and of course gemsbok in the center of the water. I'm just taking a look. Oh, there's a little bit of nice biting and shoving going on there with some of the zebras. As you can see, the two having a little bit of a tussle. There might be two males. Oh, that one almost lost its footing. But yeah, definitely. And definitely when it comes to zebras and having their kind of the stallions having their go at one another, keeping those harems together. Sometimes those the biting and kicking can be quite ferocious and can be quite aggressive as well. But you can imagine playing around here and you've got all these rocks. I don't think it's almost like you want to play football or tennis on a rocky area, like a very, I'm going to say, uneven surface. I think it's amazing how these zebras are maneuvering around, and they have to have a bit of a little bit of a fight and tussle with one another on these rocks. Alright, well, we're going to continue looking around here to Okaukuejo Pan. Let's head over to Amakhala with Andrew, as he's located on something. I think maybe he's located on a BK. Let's see.
Into the thicket and we were unable to follow, so we left them and we came over here and look what we found. So I'm not going to give the name right away, but I want to know, is there anybody out there who is watching? Do you know the name of this bird perhaps? And I'll give you a hint. This is South Africa's national bird. And it's the first time in quite a long time that I have seen these birds here on Amakhala. Beautiful. Look at this. This is just so spectacular. Look at those long tail feathers. Okay, if I don't receive any feedback in the next 5 minutes. Okay, we'll just wait 5 minutes or so. If there's no feedback, then I'll give you the answer as to what bird this is. National bird of South Africa. And in previous years, they were seen here quite nicely when there was a bit more water availability. But in the last few years, they've been very scarce. And as I say, this is the first time in quite a while that I've been able to take a look at this bird. Beautiful. Look at that face, eh? Very slender face, long beak, small little eye, thin little neck, big body, nice big tail. Oh, Danny Kaye. There used to be a singer in South Africa called Danny Kaye. Remember that? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shame. So Danny Kaye, no, it's not relative to secretary bird, unfortunately. Not related to secretary bird. Now, what is interesting about this bird, and I will give you the name later if nobody does manage to guess, is that in the Zulu tribe, back in the sort of the Bushman times, so back in the day, within the tribe, there would have been elders within the tribe, and certain elders would have been given the responsibility of problem solving, and they were the problem solvers of the tribe. So if there was a family, or if there were some people within the tribe having a bit of arguments and they could not resolve those arguments, they would go and see the problem solver, and this gentleman would advise them as how they could move forward, or gentlewoman, however you want to see it. But now you could recognize the elder within the Zulu tribe by the tail feathers of this bird over here. So they would actually create a headband for these problem solvers, create a headband, and on the front of the headband would be the long tail feathers, and then you could definitely spot the problem solver within the Zulu tribe from a far distance away where he was and so on. But now what makes it very interesting is you used to have impersonators, and every now and then someone would pretend to be a problem solver. And those individuals that were caught being imposters or impersonating a problem solver and were not problem solvers, they would be sentenced to death. Can you believe that, eh? Absolutely sentenced to death, and they would be executed. It was a very serious offense back in those days. Strange, you think it's what was that, a paradise crane? You're on the right track. You give half the answer right, so it is a crane, but not the paradise version. It's a different version. So you can just try again. Thank you for your answer, by the way. You're the first one to give it a bash. I'm sure if you try again, you'll probably get it right again on the next answer. While you're all racking your brains as to what bird this is, I'm just gonna give you some. I'm just gonna point out a few birds that I can hear at the moment. African pipit I can hear, and a rufous-naped lark, and a southern ant-eating chat. Very far away, Cape Longclaw. What else am I hearing now? Oh, these rufous-naped larks are really vocal right now. This Again, well done. Very, very well done again. You have got it correct. It is a blue crane, Sun national bird of Southern Africa. Quite right. Very special sighting, and congratulations for getting it right there. I've been waiting for some time to be able to see them again, and I've been in the back of my mind hoping that we're going to be able to show them to you if they are around. And they are here, two of them. So are a monogamous pair. And it is such a special sighting that I did call it in on the radio, and we already have some vehicles that have changed their plan on their day safari. They'll turn their trucks around and they're coming up this way to show their guests. So it is a very special sighting. Very similar to a secretary bird though. And you look at those legs, very, very long stilt-like legs. So they can actually get into the water and wade around a little bit. They're going to eat anything they can overpower. Insects. They're going to eat amphibians, small snakes, earthworms, snails, frogs. If they can get a hold of tadpoles, they'll also go for them. Much like the secretary bird, they also like short, bushy plants. They nest right on top. And I know some of you mentioned secretary bird earlier on. Some of the young actually get predated upon by secretary birds, because secretary birds and the blue cranes are somewhat in the same sort of a habitat. I've actually witnessed that in a game reserve not far from here, the secretary bird actually came down and snatched one of the blue crane youngs. They make quite an interesting croaking sound. Wow, Madison, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure what made them the national bird of South Africa. I'm not 100% sure. I'll just have to maybe find out the answer for that. Very nice sighting this. Very, very good. If any of you perhaps know why they classified this as our national bird. And if any of you know why they call it blue crane, please send it along. I would like to know if you perhaps know. And sorry, I know we had an answer earlier on. Someone did mention the paradise crane. So I believe that another name is actually paradise crane. I didn't know that. Also known as a Stanley crane. So yeah, that's interesting to know. A paradise crane. You learn every day, don't you? Then also in certain tribes, a blue crane is symbolizing bravery. So perhaps that's one of the reasons why it's our national animal or national bird. I'm not sure. Let's see if I can't do some research, but I want to do it while I'm live with you all. I'd rather just sit down and read nicely. What have you got there? Got some sort of an insect there. I'll even go for small mice if they can get a hold of it. And I believe it's also in the Xhosa tribe. It's also the feathers are used to symbolize the problem solvers as well within the tribes. I would just love to have one of their feathers, and I would definitely put it somewhere special if I could get a hold of one. but you don't really find them, and they are vulnerable, so not in danger but very close to, so not very common at all. The chance of finding a feather is going to be quite difficult. It's a very similar shape to a secretary bird. You know, they do stand up straight backed, horizontal, long crane-like legs, no feathers on the back of the head like with a secretary bird, but a very similar size, similar habitat, and also a similar way of nesting. Oh, this wind is picking up all of a sudden. Just going to see if I can't just block this microphone. Naja, okay, that's interesting. You say Indikwe. Sorry, I might have just missed that. Very significant. You say to the Xhosa people. That's very interesting. And I know there's a game reserve just on the other side of Grahamstown, which is also named after the blue crane. Look at this, just standing really still at the moment. I think the wind, they just rather stand still and watch. I think all the movement around them, they're just sitting still to see if there's any insects they're going to move. Not too much water at Leeuwenbush Pan, so I don't think they're going to stick around for too long here, and they're going to move off somewhere else. But one of these days, make no mistake, the Bushman's River shall flow again, and when she does, we're going to see a whole lot of new birds come back into the area. Just hear them calling now. Oh, they're taking off. Yo, look at that. BK crazy, man. Look at that camera work. My goodness. Jeepers. Now I've seen it all now with BK now. Look at this. My gosh. Just past the gyro there. BK, good one, my man.
Wonderful, wonderful way to spend some time there with those blue cranes. Well done, Andrew. Well done, BK, there in Amakhala. Definitely, that was a great sighting. Wow. All right, well, I'm back at Okukuyu. I just taking a look around here. Definitely, I don't have anything as spectacular as the blue crane, but I do have the national animal. So he's had the national bird, and I've got the national animal here. And that, of course, is the springbuck. And let's see if my camera work is as good as BK's. I doubt it. If the springbuck has to start flying now, then I don't think I'll keep up with it. But yes, it is nice just to see that. I don't know if we've had that blue crane on screen before, but that'll be quite interesting to know if we've had that bird on Wild Earth. And if not, well done, Andrew. And it is such a clean-cut bird that I think is just looking at it, it's so clean, and it's definitely quite a beautiful and sexy bird that is. All right, well, I'm going to try and see if I can come in a little bit here. As I say, we are sitting with our national animal at the moment, and that is the springbok. I'm just going to try and zoom out a little. Not too far, but that's fine. And I think the Namibian... that springbok went straight into the water. It actually... Sorry, that's actually not funny, but yeah. I thought it was a little bit... that one went right underwater. You can see shaking his head. He went scuba diving at Okaukuejo Pan. I don't know, I think he's still shaking his head. Sometimes animals are quite have got a lot of character to them, I think. You just spend time with it, you can actually see some interesting things. But yeah, it looks like he hasn't had enough. It looks like he wants to go back in. Well, I was trying to do some birding this morning around here at Okaukuejo once again. I've been quite interested in these birds at this pan. And it seems there was different, like 6-7 different species, or 6-7 species of birds that we keep on getting to come down at this pan, and it's like over and over and over. I was hoping maybe we'll get a bird of prey again. I think the other day we were very fortunate. We got a steppe eagle that came into the party here. And it was nice having that steppe eagle here. Just on the Anna tree. The Anna tree, of course, is that large tree that's just to the left of the pan. And it went perched itself right onto the top of the tree. But I'm hoping that we can get to see that again today. Of course, and talking about the springboks and all that, so of course South Africans are very much into a lot of things, like especially like your rugby. And of course our rugby team back in the days, or still now, is of course known as the Springboks. So of course we were pretty much very kind of brought up with that sport, and since kids at school, primary school, high school. And of course, it was always one of those things that we actually just, how can I say, enjoyed watching. And then being a Springbok, or to become a Springbok one day, well, that it was definitely something in every little boy's dream here in South Africa. Oh, sorry, D, my earpiece fell out completely there. Please go with that again. Sippy. Did you say sippy? Sippy. Sippy, why is it a Springbok a national animal? Well, Sippy, after the demise of apartheid, of course, our ANC government and decreased that South Africa's sporting teams were pretty much to be known as the Proteas. However, the Springbok was an animal of a national symbol for those things, for those teams. And then, of course, they became pretty much our known, how can I say, national animal. So it also goes further into, of course, back in the days before 94 and all that, is all to do with the symbol of South Africa when it was under pretty much the white minority rule. And it is, of course, back in the days of the apartheid and all that, where the name came through. And but unfortunately, our Springbok team, or rugby team, has now changed. The name of the rugby team has changed completely. I think it's pretty much known as almost like the Springboks or Protea. But the Protea is, of course, our national flower. And the Protea, of course, the King Protea, it's beautiful. And the Protea tree is, of course, our cricket team as well, is known as the Proteas. But anyway, so yeah, I'm just going to take a look a little bit further on and just take a look if I can find anything else coming through to the pan. But I was very jealous with all Andrew's cheetahs this morning. It was absolutely fantastic seeing those three brothers around there at Amakhala, and definitely did spend some quality time with them, and also pretty much having a kill there as well this morning. So that was great for Escape to Nature. And we were talking about, of course, a cheetah's call, and I think old Seaclair, our director, was pretty much giving a little bit of can I say, a demonstration on how a cheetah calls in Andrew's ear this morning. And I was sitting next to Seaclair and just listening out. And yeah, look, the call was not bad. I mean, Seaclair, I can really definitely take my hat off for your call, but your call sounded more like a sneeze. Where, of course, where you've got a cheetah call, of course, a cheetah's call has got that beautiful, that high pitch. That high pitch. So of course I'm pretty good with my animal calls. I mean, since I was a kid, I used to do so many different animal calls, and used to, like, my older brother and myself used to always do it to my mom and dad, and I always got irritated with us when he did it. And of course we continued doing it, and it just became better at it. So of course, our other director, Dee, has just told me in my ear that I have to try and do a cheetah call. But it's very easy. I think a cheetah call is one of the easiest calls a person can do, because it just sounds like a bird, a very high pitch chirp. And yeah. Okay, I can't do it now because sometimes if I do something and I've smiled too much, and I know that then I don't get the positioning of my mouth in the right way, and then it comes out wrong and I look terrible. But anyway, wee, wee. Well, I think something like that, but a little bit higher pitch. But I think like with ladies can do it definitely way better, because for us, it still sounds too rough. I think mine sounds a little bit rough there. I have to just kind of, shave off the rough edges on that call. I'm sure it'll be much higher pitch. But, yeah, I almost got that typical call. And sometimes they'll do that high pitch chirp, and then they got like a at the end of it. They go, wee. So, and it's beautiful. And when they do call and contact each other that way, it's absolutely stunning. But you don't hear it often, or you don't even see cheetah often. So I'm very happy for Andrew having him that side in Amakhala.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
you can see we've got two beautiful pied crows that's just come in here. That is nice. Absolutely. I was very happy to see them coming in with those beautiful white collars. Oh, a little bit of mock diving of another bird. I'm trying to chase them off here. I'm not too sure which bird that just kind of dive bombed in there. But those are crows, typical, going for many times, like you'll see, just flew off there, took one off there. But many times you'll find the pied crows as well, pretty much looking for carrion, so anything that's, any animals that's pretty much been killed. And many times you'll even see on roadkills as well. You see loads and loads of pied crows in the area around the main highways. But also very much an indicator if there's something dead. Alright, I'm going to try and zoom out a little bit, see what else. A lot of zebras in the area, and of course, our springbok is going to keep it just there. I was talking about birds as well now, and as I said, I would like to make that a little bit of a list. And I was very fortunate the other day, I got to see, actually twice already on this at Okaukuejo, got to see the Kori bustard. Coming down, a pair of Kori bustards coming down for a drink. One was very late afternoon, another one was, I think it was not yesterday, but the day before during the daytime. It actually made its way down, the pair made its way down to the pan. I do enjoy watching those birds. Looks like definitely my camera skills are terrible. Alright, I'm going to just run through a little quiz here. It's going to be a bird call quiz. I think it's going to be quite a nice one. So I don't know if anybody is keen for this one, but I'm sure it's going to be quite interesting. So I'm going to run just through one call. Now, let me do one call. And if you've got an answer on this bird, then please let us know. Send those comments through to us. You know, this is your escape to nature. So I'm going to run through this call very shortly, so if you want to listen out and try and figure out exactly what bird this is. I'll give you one hint straight after the call. You ready? Alright, so that's the call that I just played. So the hint is, how can I say, we don't get this bird up at Djuma. So that's the hint. So we don't get this bird up in the Greater Kruger Park area. So which bird did I just play? Must I play that sound again? Well, let me do it. Let me just play it one more time. There we go. Alright, so if you got an answer on that bird, then let us know. It'll be quite interesting to see what you would think it is. A lot of animals are looking to the left. You can see quite a bit of zebras are staring, even the springbok is staring to the left. So I'm just going to try and take a look what's happening on the left hand side there, if I can get there. When I get there, if I ever get there. I just see a lot of I just see a lot of springbuck there. That's all I see. So springbuck, and no, I don't see anything really threatening to anything this side. Anyway, while we're going to continue just trying to search exactly why those zebras are staring to the side, let's head over to Kariega, to Liam, to see if he's got an answer to that bird call.
A nice mixed scene of lots of different antelope in the frame here. Some kudus far in the distance, and zebras and impalas. But I've focused in here on these male impalas here. They were having a little bit of a spar, a little necking match. A moment ago, there's young impalas do. As they learn to perfect the use of these horny projections on their head. Of course, play, it's an interesting concept. One takes for granted as a kid, playing around, doing little various, I don't know what one does. There's so many different ways of playing as a kid. I personally used to play with Lego. It was one of my favorite things to do as a child. And just all these little different things that animals do in the form of play, they always teach the foundations of what it means to become an adult. And I think we should always be at least a couple of degrees away from knowing what it means to be a kid again, to play. It offers us this wonderful view and flexibility to the world when one is well acquainted with the playful self. It seems though the play has resided for now. I was hoping they'd give it a little bit of playful show. These two younger impalas, you can see how their horns have still kind of pointing towards the tips of each other's, and yet to get the full rack of the ram on the left, whose points are much further apart. It would be a defining moment for an impala male when its horns do finally set into their adult position. It allows them to engage in appropriate sparring matches with equally matched males. When they're young like this, you see they doesn't quite lock into place, and so they stand a chance, if not engaging properly with each other's horns, to attain injury from the larger counterpart if they're not careful. Of course, the adult males have a far more developed musculature in the neck, so that allows it to have a much quicker reaction time. So if they, for example, lose a bit of grip in the horns, they can quickly make a maneuver to try and jab its opponent. And that's just simply something that a young impala ram wouldn't have at this stage. Hey, Ronnie, putting me on the spot here. So, what does an impala call sound like? I'll give you my rendition of what a snorting impala might sound like. So, you can just imagine the impala are peacefully grazing on the edge of this thicket, and all of a sudden, some interesting spotted cat makes an appearance. And they all stand and turn to see if what is this bizarre spotted cat doing, and they all erupt into an explosive snort, and it goes something along the lines of a and they snort and that will turn their heads, and they'll all get on board for this bit of snorting, calling behavior to try and let everyone know that there's a spotted cat in our midst. So that's one of the sounds that you might hear an impala making. I'll have to save the rutting call for a later stage. We've got to feed you slowly. So one at a time. So there's one impala call for you. The impala snort. Let's go for the next animal. What's it gonna be? There's an interesting sound that can be made. Okay, it's could be a nice game to play. See what animal sounds we can reproduce. We should do a couple of bird calls as well. That would be fun. But zebra, that's also quite an interesting sounding creature, especially when they run. It's classic. They get a little bit of a fright and they run behind, and then there's this expulsion of very tightly kept up gas, which comes out, which is always quite entertaining to listen to. They look like kept up gas bottles, the zebra. I'm gonna shift our attention now. There's our resident family of crows who earlier on alluded us to a peregrine falcon flying by. They too have an interesting call. Just a little bit out of view. Bugger. Let's see. Just behind the bush. is it in Cape Crows? Caw, caw, caw. There's a nice Cape Crow for you. Caw. It's what happens when a crow sits on the road and tries to tell its buddy that there's another car coming. Caw, caw, caw. Very clever birds. They many instances of crows becoming domesticated and learning all sorts of different interesting sounds. I remember a friend actually had kept a common myna, which is a bird that's introduced to South Africa, Southern Africa, and is widespread across the sub-region now. And they too surprisingly got quite a wide variety of different calls they give and can learn. What other calls do we have any requests for? I'd love to hear from you. What can we give a bash at? It looks Darcy Miller has asked for an ostrich call. Now that's a nice request. So picture the scene. There's a lady ostrich on the plains of Kariega, and there's a male in her presence. And he sees another male in the distance, and he says to himself, well, I'd better show this other male whose voice is the loudest on these plains. So he sits down, he puffs up his throat, and he lets out a big old woof, 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 woof. And the other male turns to him and runs for the hills. He stands up proudly and says, well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is the finest ostrich call you'll ever hear for a long shot. So there you are, Darcy Miller. There is a ostrich call. What's it going to be next? Ostriches, blessboks, crows? Keep them coming. Love speaking the language of the bush. Nice to talk to animals. I wish I knew what I was saying there. So Greg, blessboks, you'll probably mostly make a snorting sound, such as the one I attempted to give an impression of an impala. Another call that you might get, which is also again similar to many antelope, is a bleat. These little blessboks often will give a little bit of a bleat to attract the attention of their mother, and that can be quite a little subtle sound. And yeah, it's your general antelope-esque noises. Of course, they don't want to make too much noise. They don't want to attract too much attention from potential threats like cheetahs on the plains. He's not liking this crow sticking around as a youngster. A little bit protective there. I've never seen that before. I wouldn't have thought it to think a crow to be an issue. I suppose they are cunning creatures, crows. Okay, and moving on. These crows are lingering over this little grazed section. I think seems to be piles of little bits of dung, so they're prodding in between, probably looking for beetles and other insects. Okay, so Cedric has taken up the challenge of who's got the finest hyena call. Let's let the Bless Book be at least one of the judges to my attempt at a hyena call, and see if it raises the attention. If my call raises its attention. So, my only thought now is what version of a spotted hyena call am I going to give? And give a cackle, a laugh, or is it going to be a whoop? I think it's going to have to be a whoop. A whoop. So there we were. It was a starry night. The air was silent. There was not a drop of wind. It almost had a bit of a ghastly sense to it. And from the darkness of this starry night, the whoop of a hyena came. Whoop! 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 And the silence of the night was broken. The animals burst into a frenzy as the approaching hyena came along. So, the only question remains, Cedric, is what can you do better? Well, it was only a mild attempt, so let's see if Cedric can better this hyena. I'm gonna have to up the game there. I'm a little bit worried about what's the rating of Cedric gonna be. I'm looking forward to getting his feedback here and hearing his rendition. I think I'll have to challenge him to a jackal call just now. let's give the limelight to Cedric and see what he can produce for us over there.
Thank you so much, Liam. Yes, definitely. I heard your hyena call. Not bad at all. Very happy with it. Not so, it's good. It sounded like a hyena, and you can see that it was definitely well performed. Okay, so a jackal. I don't know if we had to do a jackal. I thought it was impala and a spotted hyena. But yeah, I can do a jackal. All right, thanks, Claire. So, of course, all right. So, I like the way he was planning the putting out the scenario. But anyway, I met Okakuyo Pan, first of all, as you can see. Beautiful animals. Maybe they'll even look back at me if I start calling. You never know. But yes, I think let's start off. So, with the impalas, exact the same scenario as exactly what Liam was saying. You've got like a predator walking by, and the next moment, of course, impalas are picking up on something, but they don't know what it is, and the next moment they got this beautiful rosettes that's coming through the grass, busy stalking this herd of impala, and all this beautiful dropseed grass and sawtooth love grass is just busy flowing past this leopard while it's busy stalking. And next moment this male impala turns around, sees this rosetted cat approaching, and what does it do? It'll start alarm calling. And of course, the alarm calls. Oh, even the zebra got a fright. You can see the zebra's even got a fright there at Okakuyo. The noise traveled all the way from Johannesburg to Namibia. So yes, that is of course the impala's busy alarm calling for. And of course that is the alarm call of the impalas. All right, and then is the spotted hyena. But the spotted hyena I've been doing for so many years. I think it's, as I said, since I was a little kid, I think I've been always, when I walk into the kitchen, I would make a funny noise like a hyena, and my mom would get so irritated with me. She would always kind of run after me, and then I would turn around and do it again. It was just the way I was. I was naughty. I was a little brat when I was young. But yes, of course, those hyenas, the whole scenario will be working out like, well, usually you get like some of the hyenas maybe approaching, coming back to the den side, back to Juma Den, and just to come and greet the others. And then there's, of course, all this activity between the hyenas. And what do they start doing? They start calling, and they start doing the typical kind of high pitch, almost like a laugh. So it'll go like this. Anyway, well, that is my spotted hyena. So yes, you never know. Maybe it's a good one. Hopefully it came through properly on this mic. Hopefully I didn't wake anybody's cats and dogs up at home. Or scare any cats and dogs away. So yeah, that is my spotted hyena. Always liked listening to them. As I said, it's always used to walk, as I said, when I used to walk into the house or in the kitchen, I used to go, meow. But yeah, so yeah, that was my spotted hyena. Well, please send some comments through if you got any ratings on the noises for this morning's escape to nature or escape to nature's noises. Oh, and the springbok almost fell into the water again. Yeah, send those comments through to us. We definitely are waiting for them.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
They're still making the way. The kudu's still almost at the watering hole. Sorry, Seatley, did Liam say that he was challenging on a blackback jackal? You want to double check him? All right, well, let me quickly do... no, I think I've challenged Andrew already. I think Andrew and myself already done blackback jackals. I think we were pretty much on par. But anyway, yeah, let's head over to Andrew in Amakhala to see what he's got to show you.
Brilliant. So we have made our way to the Secretary Bird Nest just to sort of follow up on an update on them, see how they're doing, what they're getting up to. And definitely some nice lights at the moment on them. Oh yes, just in time. Brilliant. Here's the adult. What you got? There's a whole lot of mice there. What? Was it a whole lot of mice, BK? No, I don't know what that was. Maybe it's a mole or something. There, dribbling of water. So of course these chicks are nest bound at the moment. They can't leave yet until they're ready to fledge. Otherwise they probably would not survive if they jumped out too early. And by saying that, the adults are going to need to supply all their needs. That's water, of course the food. And right now being given a nice quench of water, dribbling of water, that's what they call it. And 3 chicks still present. Roll call is complete. Actually making a sound right now. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear it. It's a bit faint, but very Jurassic-like sound. I'm just wondering if this is a Pakama that we are seeing now. And that's Pakama was the name that we gave to one of the chicks that seems to spend a lot of time standing up. And is most definitely one of the dominant chicks, if not the dominant chick of this group, taking in most of the resources. Shame, man, other guys aren't getting any. I think that goes with anything in life. If you want something bad enough, you're going to fight for it. Much like we're seeing now. So, of course, getting some water is essential. But if you're not going to fight for it, you're not going to get very far. Shame, the others are calling. They want some as well, but they're just not getting any. Let's see what we've got here. So just moving it around there. Okay, moving some nesting material. So it looked like could have been a mole. Maybe a few mice. Didn't look like one, it looked like a few. And if any of you managed to see what that was, please let us know. I'm using a monitor here, which brings us nice and close. But if I look at them with my naked eye here, it's I won't be able to tell. And my monitor is a bit smaller than your television, so just let us know if you saw what they dropped there. It's just quite interesting how they drop it on the floor of the nest, and then the chicks will need to feed themselves. And they don't always feed immediately. Sometimes they take a bit of time feeding on what's been provided. How much water can they actually hold in? It seems like a lot. And we just got a bit of information earlier on from the mission control, the directors that we're working with. And they said with regards to the blue crane sighting we had earlier, it's the first time that Wild Earth has ever been able to broadcast blue crane. So we're very happy with ourselves right now. Look at this. This is so cool. Just the sounds that they're making. This is the first time I've really heard them make sounds for this long. It is quite warm today, so I think they are very, very thirsty. Look at those wings. Yo, they're getting big. Yeah. So now we can actually compare the colors in the faces here with the juveniles and the adults. Tatum, the water's not too far actually. So in a straight line it's about, let me just look there. We can't see the waterhole from here, but I know Archie's pan has got water in. I'm presuming that's where they went to get water. So Archie's pan, as the crow flies, maybe 100 meters, 150 meters. I think it will make very good sense for secretary birds to nest where water is nearby, because when there are chicks, the adults also need to think about saving their energy, because they need to feed the chicks plus themselves. And if they have to venture far from the nesting area to get water, all that energy adds up. And so rather than just make it close by a watering source, because after all that's the most important thing for life. And Lauren says it quite nicely, liquid life is water. Without it, there's nothing you can do. You cannot survive. That's a priority. Make sure water is available and nearby. Okay, maybe they're going to pick it up. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so looks like she is doing something there. And she's encouraging them to eat. I think she might, yeah, I see that, encouraging them to eat there. So they're mice, my goodness, and there's a few of them, they're fighting over it. See how the mom steps back and just leaves them to sort of wrestle it out. It's going to make them stronger. And off she goes, or he goes. It's one of the two. I'm not sure if it's a male or female. But yeah, it seems like they get all the encouragement from the adults there. Now that the adult has left, I mean, they're not really showing interest too much in the food. Let's just see. Let's see if we can see what's going on in there. Wow, this is amazing. They're very active today. Birdie, they're not really going to move to a bigger nest. This is the nesting site for this particular couple. They do return to the nesting sites yearly. And so that's why this nest is so big. So, you know, they're saying that Rome wasn't built in a day. So we can say the same for this nest. This nest wasn't built in a very short time. It's taken years and years and years for them to build this nest. And when they nest, they're going to add extra vegetation, lock those pieces of branches in place where they need to be. And as the years follow, the nesting site's going to get bigger. So it's much like with eagles and hawks and things like that. Even Hammerkop, the nest grows with time. And I think they'll move to another nest if this nest got completely destroyed. But I think, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to sort of build a platform that's going to hold 3 chicks. So in that short space of time. So I think if for whatever reason this nest did get destroyed, it would force these young chicklets who are at the age where they are now to fledge early. And I'm thinking that they might fledge just after New Year, somewhere around there. And we'll just wait and see. And while you are watching these chicklets over here, I was encouraged to try and make a mimic of some sort. So I'm going to make a mimic. I'm going to see if you can guess what it is. And here we go. It's a shame. It's so cool. It'll be interesting to see when that adult does arrive back again to give them what they need. And the last time I was here, we averaged out between 25 and just over an hour. 25 minutes and just over an hour that they would make a return. Okay, so I was encouraged to make a mimic over here. I'm not the best at mimics, I never have been, but I'll try. And it's going to be something that Cedric and Liam didn't mimic. I'm going to see if you all are able to maybe identify it. And here we go. I'll give you a hint. Found around the water. That's why we and it's very interesting, the sounds that actually secretary birds make. Don't worry, I wasn't mimicking the secretary bird. I wouldn't do that while we were here. But crazy sounds that secretary birds can make. You should actually give it a listen if you can on your phone or on your Google. Very raucous, crazy sound. It's such a crazy sound. Of all birds that I've ever listened to, secretary birds have got the most craziest sound ever. And Sihle, our director, correct in her guess. I want to see if any of you else are able to guess it. And I'm also able to mimic Cedric's spirit animal. Not the hardy-dar, no. So Cedric's spirit animal sounds like this. So warthogs do make this grunting sound much like the sound that I made now. We actually heard it this morning with the cheetah sighting. Warthog came wandering by there, and then we heard the grunting sound, and that's the alarm calls that they make when they're not happy about something. Sorry, Cedric, I had to. Cedric is apparently he's denying that it's his spirit animal. It's okay, Cedric. Warthogs are cool. Kurupinia calling around us here. Ah, Joy in Hong Kong. I remember you when I was on my duties at the dam cameras a good few months ago, and very good to hear from you again. So you are right. It's the fish eagle that I was mimicking there. Not too accurate though. I mean, fish eagles sound incredibly beautiful. Their sound is a typical African sound. When you hear fish eagle, you know that you are in the bush. but close to. Hey Lenny, not too far from the floor at all. So BK will just go out a little bit. See there's the floor, there's the nest. Now just try and imagine the size of that adult that came to the nest, even the size of the chicks. And you can see, so the distance is very close to the ground. And I think that makes quite a bit of sense because when these chicks do eventually fledge, it's not a long way down to go. I think they will more than likely probably climb out the nest and land on the ground, opposed to flying out the nest. But we will have to wait and see when they do fledge. So just sitting tight at the moment. I think they're getting quite warm. They're not panting at the moment, but I think good idea just to sit tight. Amy, afternoon. We are in the afternoon time now, and happy holidays to you. So, there's a few reasons for that. Secretary birds are very specific in their habitats where they live, so open grasslands, etc. So immediately that is and can be limiting. Then human expansion, that's another factor. And there was another factor, yes, and that's the secondary poisoning. So, people back in the day, they used to poison mice and rats. And then the secretary birds would eat those mice and rats in the field, and they would get secondary poisoning as well. And that's with a combination of all three. Competition doesn't help either, but competition is natural. It's always going to be there if you're an animal in nature. But a combination of the three previous ones that I mentioned then definitely has brought their numbers down, right down. So they on the status of secretary birds, they are on the critically endangered / vulnerable list, and they have been so for a number of years now. Not too many years, not like the cheetahs or desert black rhino, or just black rhino in general. Wild dogs, a very long time they've been endangered. And secretary birds in relation haven't been endangered / vulnerable for all that long in comparison to, say, wild dog. But just to give you a bit of information about black rhino, black rhinos have been critically endangered twice in under 100 years.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Now, where is the adult going to return now? Let me just have a look. Okay, no. So, Wesley's actually doing a little bit of research and compiling information about how temperature affects the growth rates of secretary birds. And at extreme temperatures, they do battle. You see them, they're not comfortable. They are panting a lot, expelling lots of energy just to cool down, to maintain the body temperature. And it's believed that that is affecting their growth rate. So on hot days, instead of that energy being used for growth, it's being used to cool down. So when you have these extreme long periods of drought and heat and dryness, it affects secretary birds very much. So I'm not sure if you all are aware, but there is a Wild Earth app that you can download on your App Store, your Google Store, wherever you get your apps from. So in a sense, if you're not able to watch the full experience, or maybe even miss one of the experiences, you can always catch up on some highlights, which is quite cool. And it does include Escape to Nature as well. So you never really miss out. You can always play catch up. Lots of amazing things happen while we're out here. And you can catch up on those highlights. We call it the best bits. See, they haven't eaten, they haven't touched whatever was returned here. And we have noticed that before, that they don't just gobble the things down as it arrives. They seem to eat when they're hungry. Now, it is quite warm for them at the moment where they are, so I think eating a meal is not going to be very nice for them right now. Maybe they'll just wait till it gets a bit cooler. Birdwatcher, I've never actually heard of that, eh? Sorry, did you say the killer queen? That's interesting, the killer queen. I'm not too sure, Birdwatcher. I don't know. It's actually the first time I've heard that. And that's just the beautiful thing about... What's that there? Got something in the mouth. That's just the beautiful thing about what we do out here, is that you're not just learning from us, we're going to be learning from you as well. So we're swapping information and experiences. And the amount that I have learned just by being here in Wild Earth has been tremendous. And I thank all of you for that. What is this one doing there? It looked like an insect there. Hey, where did that water come from? I just wish that I could just take a 2-second peek inside the nest here to see exactly what is inside then, what it looks like. Can't tell what it's got there. Okay, so Claire has helped me quite a bit here. She sent me a little bit of a write-up here. So, secretary birds are often called the killer queen, with their their regal feather adornment and stunning eyelashes that rival any false pair. They have deadly strong legs and talons, sharp enough to shred and stomp their prey to pieces. So that is why they are called the killer queen. Beautiful yet deadly. You see what I mean? So thank you, Claire. So Birdwatcher, I hope you got that. Very interesting. I've learned some cool things today. Good stuff. I'm glad we made our way up here and spent a bit of time with the secretary birds. I think we're going to make our way back down towards the valley, back into the main section of Liebenbosch Flats area. In the meanwhile, let's head off to Liam in Kariega.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Kariega. We have been joined by this lovely crash of rhinos who have made their way a little bit closer to us. They are currently behind the bush. So we will patiently wait for them to make their way this way. They are grazing just behind here. Yeah, great timing there with these rhino. There was a lovely pair of Cape Longclaws not too long ago on top of this little bush. That's actually the main reason why I turned here in the first place. But they have since steadily moved off, looking for little bits of insect in between tufts of grass. Whilst we wait for these rhino to make their appearance again, let's go and check up on our, well, buffalo and poor man's buffalo, as some might call it. Also known as the GNU. It's a couple of wildebeest here in the foreground, and it looks like at least some of the herd of buffalo have come out of the thickets where they were yesterday. And looks like they are heading on down to Scotia Pan. And a couple of them attending a bit of a mud wallow just up from Scotia Waterhole. Nice bit of muddy wallow to have a nice relaxing time in. It's intriguing. I love how these wallows, these buffalo wallows form, and different water holes, how they come to be. In a relatively flat landscape, one wonders how these water holes just appear from nowhere, and it's certainly not an independent event. It doesn't just happen. It's actually an interesting succession of events. So you imagine there's a wildebeest who comes along, and it scrapes a certain section of ground because it likes to scent mark here in any given at this given point. And then the wildebeest does so repeatedly. It begins to scrape a little hole in the ground, or depression, a little slight depression in the ground, and he'll go and put his scent in there, roll himself around. You'll see he'll even push his nose into the dirt and try and get his preorbital gland scent onto that dirt, and then he'll sit in that little depression, that little indent in the ground, and use it as a marking point to demarcate his territory. And so he'll come back over the years and continually utilize that spot, and that hole will gradually get a little bit bigger. And then along comes the summer rains, fills up his little indent with a bit of muddy water, which makes a wonderful place for a warthog to go and wallow, maybe even a buffalo if it gets big enough. And as those warthogs and buffaloes wallow in the mud and take it over to a lovely scratching post, they take away little bits of mud and earth, and slowly but surely that little depression grows into a little waterhole or mud wallow, and more buffaloes and more rain and more rhinos and more rain, and eventually you've got this natural waterhole that is formed from a mere depression in the ground potentially caused by a wildebeest. At least in this instance. There's, I'm sure, other instances of creatures that might create or start the process of these formation of these waterholes. You can imagine where warthogs have dug up roots in the ground and left the soil bare. It's all an interesting succession of events that lead to that formation of the waterhole. So these buffalo are now seeming to drift back here, and I want to come back to these rhino who have made a nice appearance here for us. Seem to be making its way almost straight towards us. And that took a turn. Almost looked as though she wanted to make her way towards us here. It would have been quite a nice sight. Grazing there, I imagine. That same little low-lying section of the plains that always seems to attract grazers. Nice little rhino convention here. Of course, if you folks have any questions and comments, I'd love to hear from you. It's such a lovely sight to share with wherever you may be coming to us from. Lovely to view these creatures, hey? They're almost dinosaur-like in appearance, or at least what one envisions to be what a dinosaur is supposed to look like. I'm sure there were many feathered dinosaurs that existed that breaks the mold of this cold-blooded, scaly creature that they have so often been perceived to be. Well, whilst I enjoy these lovely chubby unicorns, let's go and have a look at what Cedric has to you and for you in Okokoyo.
Yeah, thanks so much, Liam. Absolutely wonderful that, especially there in Amakala with Andrew, that he got those secretary birds with, the secretary bird with the youngsters, and I think that was definitely magical. I haven't seen that before. Never. I've never seen secretary bird chicks and a nest like that. So that is definitely a winner for this morning. But yes, I am at Okokoyo Pan at the moment. Just got a couple of zebras that's busy drinking around here. Loads of zebras in the background area, and of course a few springboks as they did make their way towards the pan itself. But yes, I'm just feeling that maybe I'm hoping that this black rhino does decide to come down for a drink, maybe just before the end of Escape to Nature, because I definitely want to see this black rhino once again. We were fortunate enough this morning that we actually picked up on the white rhino, and it was nice to see that male white rhino coming through earlier this morning for a drink here at the pan. Right, I think what we're going to do, we are going to shoot around towards the Djuma Dam Cam to see what's happening around on Djuma. I think maybe we are going to be lucky enough with a giraffe around there. Let's see. Alright, as you can see, we've got a beautiful female giraffe. Wow, I think she's pregnant. I mean, look at the belly on this female giraffe. You can definitely see that it's definitely much larger than normal. So I'm sure she is pregnant. But you can see female. First of all, you can see those beautiful thin ossicones on top of her head, and as well the hair right on top, and how thin they are. Compared to a male, much thicker and bald on top. But yes, I think, she's big. So the gestation period of a giraffe is about 15 to 16 months. So it's actually quite a long gestation period, so a long pregnancy for a giraffe. And they pretty much give, for land mammals, they give birth to the largest young. A little calf, once it's born, it weighs about 140 kilograms. That shows you. And when they do give birth, they actually give birth standing and not lying down, because they cannot go to the side, so they actually give birth standing. So once the little calf comes out and falls to the ground, of course it's almost like a little hiding on the baby's bum, that first shock, that first bit of life to take a breath. Oh, this looks like she's moving off. Oh, let me see if I can try and stick with her. She's just gone behind a couple of thickets in now, but we're just going to try and see if we can get another view on her. I'm hoping that she will come down to the dam for a drink, but it clearly she is interested in all those combretums that are hanging around that side. I think a lot of those combretums are having those new little shoots coming through, and as well as you'll find giraffe do enjoy the combretum pods. It's a 4-winged pod, and very tasty and very palatable for the giraffe. And also maybe that's hence the reason why she's also by herself. Maybe it's very, very close that she's going to have that little calf, because many times you'll find if a giraffe has a young, it'll actually move away from the herds and actually go by itself, and almost sometimes it can spend maybe 4 or 5 months away from other giraffe, just with its calf, and that's just keeping into safe areas. We used to have a giraffe that hung around Djuma over the last year with a young male calf, and it was quite nice to see that one every time. It was almost like our excuse me, almost like if we were looking for a giraffe, we would always look for that female with the calf, or that young male calf. I always used to call them the Djuma journey. She's definitely gonna hide. Just went behind a couple of those ones. Looks like just at the inflow of the dam. So she is making her way this side, but it could take a little bit of time. So we shall just keep our eyes open. There was let's take a look. There's a little bit of wind. Oh, what is it? We got those little Egyptian geese that's here at the inflow as well. I want to see if they've got those 3 little ducklings that's going to hang around with them. Always so cute. Always beautiful to see them. And getting, day by day, they are definitely growing. They're getting much bigger. And I just love watching these little youngsters. Pretty much doing what Daddy's doing now at the moment. He's doing it and they're doing it. All preening themselves, cleaning themselves up. If Mom and Dad does it, well, I'm sure we can do it. But definitely quite a windy day at Djuma. You can see a lot of the grasses and the leaves and everything blowing in the background and the foreground. So yeah, definitely for this time of the year, very strange. As I say, December, and it's not just today, it was yesterday, it was today. So, and usually this is the kind of weather that we'll in the low veld, we'll get this weather in August, September, that's when it's pretty much our windy months of wind like this. So maybe it's bringing a bit of, maybe this is bringing rain in, maybe a little bit of a front that's coming through. I just want to make sure I'm not going to miss this giraffe coming through. She did go, unfortunately she went behind all these trees, yeah. Well, of course, earlier that, Liam and myself, we did a little bit of a challenge with between each other. And we were challenging, the sounds of a hyena. And I know I'm sure I can do a hyena pretty well. When I did it earlier, and I've got a couple of comments from MC that my hyena call sounded like a cat that was stuck in a paint can. So yeah, maybe that was not the best of calls then, I guess. I guess I'll have to do it another day. Was it? I think it was, who said it? Was Nadine, of course, one of our directors, and Claire. Oh well, then again, I think I deserve it because I think I said that's. I think I said Claire's cheetah call sounded like a sneeze. So Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna pan across the Djuma Dam for now, and let's take a look what else. I'm hoping maybe we get that beautiful grey heron that hangs around here. Old Aiden the heron. Or was it not Aiden? Aaron. Aaron the heron. Djuma does look quite grey. Well, it looks like the wind is up and down. You can see it's actually dying down a bit. You can see a lot of the guarri bushes here along Twin Dams Road is not blowing too heavily at the moment. There's a little bit of a breeze. It's ending up here now. It looks like it's on and off. But it's nice and cloudy, so I'm sure it's going to be nice, a lovely drive out there at Djuma for our sunset safari. So not too hot. I think Taylor and Ben are taking a lot of strain yesterday with the heat. Sorry, Cecilia, I can't. Sorry, go again. A lot of the Zoomies and myself knew that the Mulawati went exactly in there this morning, so I'm sure everybody's waiting in anticipation. Never know, maybe that young male, that male will come out again for a drink. It might be around that side, you never know with Mulawati. But yes, the wind is a little bit strong here at Djuma Dam. I think let's head over to Okakuyo Pan and see what's happening at that side. Just enjoying the sounds of nature here at Okakuyo Pan. Cecily wants to know that bird that sounds like it's a Cape turtle dove. Of course, early in the morning it says work harder. Later in the afternoon it says drink, I'll just say beverage, drink lager. Well, it's not too long before Escape to Nature is coming to an end, but I want to play a bird call. I'm hoping that everybody will try and throw comments on this bird call, because I did play it earlier, but I did not get any feedback on it. So let's see if we can play it once again and see if anybody can pick up on this bird call. So I'll play it quickly. Let's see. Yeah. But it is one of the birds that we have seen today, and I just want to see. Yeah. Everybody can. I'm going to try and play it through and listen carefully. And it is quite a difficult one to guess. But we first hint as well is that we do not get this bird in the Greater Kruger National Park. So yes, I'll play the sound quickly. All right. So yeah, that's a quiz for now. So if anybody's got an idea exactly which bird that is, please send that through to us. I am waiting for everybody's answers. As you know, this is your escape to nature, and I'm hoping that I can get the correct answer on this one. But here. Come on, I'm just hoping for my last elephant or rhino to come down here for escape to nature here on the dam cams. I'll be very, very happy. Especially the black rhino. Nothing wrong with the white rhino. I mean, I had a beautiful white rhino this morning. But I mean, as I said, we don't get to see black rhinos that often at all, actually, in Djuma. Well, so watching the zebras this side, well, they're all moving away now, but earlier I took a look at a lot of the zebras in this area, and it's amazing because with the zebras, you can always pick up on the health of it. You know, if they're healthy or if they're undernourished or if they're sick or something's wrong with them. Actually, just by looking at the mane itself, and all the zebras this side, at Okaukuejo, you can just see they've got beautiful manes. Manes are sticking straight up, and definitely in all good health. And what happens if it's undernourished or if it's if there's something wrong with the zebra, you'll find there's a fatty layer that's situated just under the main part, so on the neck itself, right on top of the neck and underneath the mane. And if they are sick or something's wrong with them, what happens, that fatty layer actually becomes very soft and very tender, and all of a sudden you'll find that the mane will just flop over, and then you can pick up if that zebra is ill. Jenna, you say you got a grey-hooded parakeet. Oh, a grey-hooded parakeet bird. Jenna, no, no, not a grey-hooded parakeet. I don't even think I've even heard of a grey-hooded parakeet. But no, that's definitely not the grey-hooded parakeet. But thank you so much, Jenna, for your answer. Thanks for playing the quiz and taking a guess there. But unfortunately, it is incorrectos. Grey-hooded parakeet. I'm very inquisitive on the noise of a grey-hooded parakeet. I think I'll even have to look that one up myself. Sophia, a starling. Which starling, Sophia? Any starling, Sophia? I guess, any kind of starling. I guess even if you've chosen any starling. Unfortunately, Sophia, you are incorrect with that one. That noise of that bird is quite hectic, and starlings are a little bit more kind of chirpier and, how can I say, more pleasant to listen to. So, unfortunately, sorry, Sophia, you are incorrect, but thank you so much for your answer. Really do appreciate it. Oh, Matt. You say pied kingfisher. Matt's pied kingfisher are quite cool. They're very nice. That's a very high pitch, more chirpier compared to that noise. Matt, you definitely a well thought out one, Matt, and you are wrong. Sorry. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's incorrect. But anyway, thanks, Matt. Once again, I do appreciate your participant in the quiz, a bird quiz, a bird call quiz. It's always nice to just try and figure out which one. But remember I said it's a bird that does not exist in the Greater Kruger Park. So if you've got a pied kingfisher, if you've got a starling, those two birds do exist. There's numerous. There's plentiful of those birds inside the Greater Kruger Park. This bird's noise that I did play does not exist in the Greater Kruger Park. So, fortunately, the starlings and pied kingfishers, they are everywhere.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
Yes, but it was always, what a wonderful day today. What a beautiful escape to nature this morning and this afternoon, or wherever you're watching from. Once again, it's always been so amazing seeing all these animals coming down, especially at Amakala. Fantastic cheetah that side, those three brothers. Of course, they're at Kariga as well, Liam. Yeah, once again, fantastic day all around on Escape to Nature. I'm just still waiting. I'm just seeing if there's any other answers that's going to come through for that bird call. I don't know if anybody else has sent it through. If nobody knows, I will reveal quickly the name. D. D. Steve, you say Blue Crane. I thought you said D there, Sihle. Yes, well, Steve, you definitely got that one right. Blue Crane is the bird that I pretty much played, the noise that I played, and it sounds quite interesting. And as I say, Adam Makala, of course, Andrew and Bika had just those two blue cranes venturing around that side, which was fantastic. Absolutely amazing. But yes, thank you once again for all your questions and all the comments that you have sent through to us this morning and this afternoon. Escape to Nature. Definitely we try to answer as many questions as possible. As Andrew says, and I agree with him, we learn, you learn, we all learn. It's always just nice to just be out here and enjoy these magical moments that happen around here in the African bush. But yes, it has been awesome being on Escape to Nature here on the Dam Can, and it is pretty much my last day with the Dam Can on Escape to Nature. So have a wonderful day, and I really thank you everybody for the great time that you've spent with us. But yeah, from all of us at Wild Earth on Escape to Nature, have a wonderful day today, and stay tuned as Penguin Beach is following straight after.